Oh, that's nice out there.
Beautiful. Oh my God, the sun, every day the sun's out. Every day.
I will call the State Board of Education August meeting to order. Usually we start our monthly meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance, but I notice there's not an American flag in the room, and I think it's inappropriate, so we've got a very long agenda, so we're just going to move on. I want to welcome everyone. We'll go around the table and introduce ourselves in a moment, but I want to remind people in the audience, if you haven't signed in yet, there is a sign-in sheet someplace.
In the back.
In the back. So please sign in. And before we get started, I want to express our appreciation to Carol. This is a big agenda, and Carol had a lot of work to organize this and get us here. So once again, we're not surprised, Carol, but thank you for what you've done for all of us. So let's do the board introductions. I'm Stephen Morse. I'm from Southern Vermont and Windham County, Newfane, and I'm the chair of the State Board of Education.
My name's Lachlan Francis from Putney.
I'm Sean Marie Oler from Bennington.
Krista Hewling from Jeffersonville.
Bonnie Johnson-Aiken from Montpelier.
Bill Mathis, Goshen.
Mark Perrin, Middlebury.
Margaret McLean, Peachum.
Morgan McIver, Plainfield.
Armando Villaseca, secretary,
And a member of the board.
and a member of the board.
We haven't given voting rights yet, but
Not
he's a
yet.
member of the board.
That's right.
And
Stacy Weinberger, late. From Burlington, sorry. Apologies.
are there members of the public that wish to be heard this morning? Susan?
I'm Susan Ohanian from Charlotte. I hope you all had a chance to read the article that I sent to you from Harper's. I think the main point I'd like to make about that it is about pedagogy, something that is seriously lacking in any discussions I've heard about the Common Core standards. I'm not going to reiterate the questions that I sent to you, other than to summarize that I hope you will realize that despite shoddy articles in the New York Times, there are many people concerned about the Common Core standards who are not members of the lunatic fringe. There are many serious people like myself who taught for 20 years who have those concerns. And I hope that you will start thinking about the fact that some states are having second thoughts. Superintendents in various states have made detailed studies of the unexpected costs involved, and the testing consortia are in serious trouble. And I'd like to express a concern that despite whatever one's opinion is about the Common Core, I think it's really inappropriate for the weekly field memos sent from the Vermont Agency of Education to include political propaganda from a partisan neoconservative think tank without any kind of identification of what that think tank represents. I'm very disturbed when I see that in my email box. I meant to bring today a board, 18 inches by 4 inches board, which is my legacy from my father, who served on a school board for 25 years. I grew up hearing his stories. And that board is my legacy because he heard about kids in that school, in that town, coming to school with a raw potato for lunch. And at the same time, he read in the paper that the Army was selling surplus steel prefab Butler buildings, and he talked to other board members about why not build a cafeteria. This was long before the federal free lunch program. Because they had to put this deal out to bid, my father mortgaged our home so that he could get the $4,536.28 to buy the prefab buildings. And once the bid was fixed, he got his money back. But I mean, I point this out because I grew up hearing about how that cafeteria came to be. And I heard the phone calls from the state telling them that he was going to go to jail because the building didn't meet code. And kids in that town ate at that cafeteria for 4 decades. So I grew up with the story that kids are more important than state bureaucracy, and that individual communities can make decisions about what they want for their schools. And when I moved to Vermont 20 years ago, I was so proud of the fact that Vermont had that same kind of tradition. They asked the community what they wanted from their schools and for their schools. And they had meetings and they developed their own standards. We did that here in Vermont. And to me, it just tied in with my childhood of a community values outweighing everything the state or the feds might say needed to be in place. My dad taught me that the state doesn't have the power we think it does, and the kids come first. And I hope that you discover the same thing about the feds. Kids come first. I would just close with saying that it took my dad 7 years to finish high school. He would go a year and then drop out to earn money to help support his family. And every time he went back to school, he was welcomed by the teachers, and nobody shamed him for the fact that it took longer than 4 years. And he always would talk about how the teachers welcomed him back every time. We have to realize that our students are very different, have different needs that can't be met by any standards that declare all students. So I just implore you to think about my 28 questions and to affirm that kids come first. Thank you.
I just want to respond just briefly to something that was just stated about the political propaganda. Our weekly field memo is what the agency uses to disseminate information to the greater community, whether it is the education community or anyone else who would like to receive that. And it covers what's happening in Vermont schools, initiatives, areas of interest, grant opportunities, whatnot. And we, as a state agency, have adopted the Common Core, so when we put things out, those are things that are trying to provide information to teachers. We're now in the implementation stage of the Common Core, and I know that some folks may not necessarily support that, but we have had standards in the past. We will continue to have standards. Local curricula is what determines how they meet those standards, so the state's not coming in and saying this is how you must teach, just as these are the things that have to be covered. How you do it is up to you as a local decision. And again, the issue around each community having their own set of standards may have worked well in the past. I don't believe that is the way that we could go in the future. And local decisions, particularly in Vermont, are made locally but paid for by the rest of us. And I think since Act 60 and Act 68 came into play in Vermont, the whole situation, the whole scenario has changed. So I think decisions made in one community impact all of us because we all pay for it. I pay for decisions made in Bennington, Brattleboro. I live in Westford. People in Rutland and Montpelier help pay for decisions made in Westford. So I think that we need to look at this in a different capacity. So I just want to be clear about what we put out through our weekly field memo, and anyone is more than, and we encourage people to access it. We send it to all central office staff, principals, and teachers. We don't have a way of getting teachers' email addresses right now, so they all get it, so we have to depend on people asking to have it mailed to them. But we would like for this to go out to everyone, and the number of people who receive the weekly field memo has increased dramatically over the past few years. So that's just explaining what the weekly field memo is and what we put in there.
But the issue was that this came from the Thomas B. Fordham Institute, and I question that as appropriate.
I'm not getting into a discussion back and forth. I'm just explaining what we do with the weekly field memo and what it is.
Bill?
The Fordham Institute definitely is a partisan think tank and a political partisan think tank, and I share the concern. But the question I would have, and perhaps you, Armando, or Susan can talk to this, is there, since last month, there's been a big flap on the New York State Common Core trial administration in which they upped the standards such that 30% more of the students were failing. And the question I guess I have is, how do we establish this standard and all of a sudden 30% more are failing? And what scientific discrimination is in there that says this is good or bad? Or is it just simply an arbitrary decision by a group of people?
I think that we are confusing the two. The New York State decided, for whatever reason, which I disagree with, to implement an assessment this past year ahead of the assessments in 2015. They developed their own. I'm not quite sure, quite honestly, Bill, why they did it. When the Common Core standards aren't implemented until next year. I don't know anything about what New York did or didn't do. I wouldn't have done that. And how they came up with their criteria is outside of my, sort of knowledge base.
This was their test, it wasn't part of our...
This was just their test. They spent a lot of money to develop a test 2 years before it needed to be given. They could have continued to use whatever New York used in the past, whatever the New York caps.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but and I think that was, I think that was a mistake on New York's part, because it was really assessing something that hadn't started to be used yet in schools, and they're a park state, I believe, and they're not going to be required to implement this assessment until the spring of 2015, as we are with the SBAC. So I don't know I really don't understand why New York did that. I agree with you, because it's a one-year assessment, I think. Maybe 2 years, they'll be using it again this coming year, and then they'll transition over to park in the spring of 2015, I guess it is.
It's puzzling. It looked like a ugly piece of work from just the implications of it.
And again, honestly, I think it hurt more than it helped.
Yeah.
Other board questions or comments? If not, thank you, Susan. Is there any other member of the public that wishes to be heard this morning? If not, we'll move on to agenda item C, discussion of SU configuration. This, if you recall, was initiated by Steve Dale at our June retreat, that thought it was time that the board look at the supervisory union configuration. And Steve is on vacation,
Yes.
so
Some hair in the interim.
why don't we start by, from the Vermont School Boards Association. You don't have to go through the whole memo, but what motivates us, what's here, and what are you proposing that we do?
Sure. Experience over the last several years with SU reconfiguration studies essentially being triggered by a superintendent vacancy has raised some concerns on the part of board members and the association regarding what effect that might have on the ability to hire the best qualified candidates. And in the absence of very clear roles and responsibilities for a supervisory union board, it's not particularly clear what outcome is expected as a result of the study. So the proposal really is designed to start a conversation about what the process has been to date and what an improved process might look like moving forward. And essentially, the proposal is to join us in an examination of the roles and responsibilities of SU boards and local school boards, disconnect the SU reconfiguration studies from superintendent vacancies, and really design a clear criteria and process for initiating a study pointed towards better outcomes for students or better learning for students, so that in cases where action does become necessary or appears necessary, all the parties involved are clear about why, and also really identifying who the parties need to be in a study so that one board isn't required to initiate a study without willing partners involved.
I just want to give Nicole, I think the points she made are exactly what's covered in this. When Steve first came up to talk to me about this, he was concerned about how we went, and I think that's the main piece, how we decide which districts to do a study on. And honestly, when we first started this 4 years ago, maybe almost five, we really were looking at situations where there was a vacancy. The law allows that, but also allows the board to look at it even without a vacancy. Out of respect for the sitting superintendents, we decided to go that route. I think Steve's point and Nicole's point is accurate, that maybe that may not be the best way to go. Because, for example, I'm not gonna name districts, but because of a vacancy in one district, it allowed us to maybe look at another district that was next to it. And I'm gonna use Blue Mountain as an example. That's one of the ones that we were looking at, very small SU. But then next to it, the district next to it, which is a good-sized district, had a vacancy. We required that district to do a study, when in reality, what we really wanted was to look at Blue Mountain. Again, the fact that there's a sitting superintendent and there's a person under employment was one of those reasons we chose to go that route. I think that Steve's point is a good one, to look at maybe a different way of doing this. Ultimately, I think the board needs to have a discussion about, and we have a couple in front of us today, what is your, what direction would you like us to go? Because if we're gonna this is a stressful process for the districts involved, the school board, superintendents, all those involved. And if we're doing this, but then no action's being taken, then we cause a lot of turmoil and sort of upset people over something that maybe didn't need to happen. As you all know, and if you don't, I really do believe that we need to look at the entire system. I don't believe that SU mergers is the way to go. I think adding more school boards to superintendencies or making larger SUs is not the way to go. I'm a firm believer of looking at SDs and having fewer districts. As in the past, I've proposed having as few as 42 school districts for the entire state, with 42 central office superintendencies, but that's a different issue than we're talking about. Our enrollment continues to drop. We're going to be below 80,000 this year. We were at 107,000 in 1997-98. Our statewide property tax went up last year by 6 cents, about 5%, and we anticipate it going up again, at the very least, by another 5 or 6%, while our enrollments are declining. And I think, I'm not quite sure if our outcomes in the student success is commensurate with what we spend on schools. We also have we have the smallest school districts in the country. Small school districts are good, but at what point are they so small that the cost is so high per student? So I do think that what Steve brings up is what the VSBA brings up, excuse me, Nicole, is something that is worth discussing, and maybe a different direction that the board may want to take in looking at if we want to continue looking at SU mergers, to maybe have a different trigger, if you will, to look at that as opposed to just a superintendency vacancy. And I think that the VSBA is more than willing to, and the executive board, to sit down and sort of work this through with the state board. I think the state board has to decide, is this a direction they want to continue, or is this more of a legislative piece that needs to be dealt with at the state level? Because again, we're in a statewide funding formula that we all pay for everyone else's decisions.
I think it would be handy for the board, and I'm not sure if Nicole or Armando, you can do this, or we need legal counsel, is to give the board an indication of what this board is responsible for or allowed to do, as opposed to what's needed for legislative action. I notice in Steve's memo that you've attached a few sections of the law that as the way I read it, you're proposing that they be amended.
The attachments to the memo are actually our recommended, is legislative language that we shared with, I believe, House Education Committee last year. So we're proposing a Section 261 and a Section 563 rewrite in terms of the purpose and duties of supervisory union and local school boards. So that, it's a blend of current language and new language.
So in order to accomplish, pardon me for interrupting, in order to accomplish what the School Board Association wants to do, there needs to be legislation passed.
Yes. And I would just say that the language attached, while the memo is from the VSBA, the legislative language was developed in conjunction with the VSA as part of our agenda for a world-class education system.
Krista?
Just two things. With the memo, number 3 here, where it talks about what would trigger the restructuring, I guess that's where it's coming from such a negative place that there's something wrong with this school or school district. It's not that to improve the whole system we're going to look at this. I think just looking at that language and how we word it, because if you go to any school, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with any school in Vermont. We have amazing schools here. So when you start putting that in, I think you get people on the defensive and they don't want to work. So, but if the question is, well, we want to do this, it really in Act 153, the legislator really lays out the advantages of consolidating school administration. And it's all right there. So if that's the point, these are the advantages. Instead of triggering by there's a problem, there's low test scores, it's more of this is a better system that would be more effective and not consolidate schools, but consolidate that leadership and making that more clear. And then the one thing I would add too to this, you have the rewrite, but I'd also love to see something attached with the rewrite just of the definition of superintendents. I know in 153 it's laid out, but it's a little unclear as to, especially would the superintendent be responsible for going to all the SU boards and the district boards? So just being a little bit more clear with that and just those roles and responsibilities.
Yep.
So I'm back to my question. So I assume from the School Board Association, you think that there's a need for legislative changes, and you're seeking this board supporting the changes at the superintendents and the School Board Association?
Yes, in terms of the roles and responsibilities of SU boards and local boards.
And
yes.
so Armando or Mark, wherever you are, can you explain what authority this board has on its own in this way?
Yep, Mark.
This is Mark Ottinger, legal
General
counsel.
counsel for the agency. Let me make sure I understand what
I
you're
thought you were
asking
my
me to
private
do.
attorney
Mr.
on
Chairman.
educational issues.
Mr. Chairman, are you asking me to essentially describe the current state of affairs in terms of the powers of the board vis-a-vis
Yes,
regrouping?
please.
Yes. It all is in Title 16, Section 261. There are two circumstances in which this board can regroup the districts that comprise one or more SUs. And that is either if the members of a particular district, that's the electorate of a district, votes to ask the state board to consider regrouping, is the statutory term. At that point, you have a statutory duty to do a consideration. If they're the ones that have put you up to it, they're the ones who presumptively do the study. Now, historically, that talks about then why would a regrouping, the statute requires make it more effective and efficient. So I think the effective piece has to do with student outcomes and the efficiency piece has to do with money. So the other way you can initiate a study is of your own volition, in which case the burden of doing the effectiveness and efficiency study falls on you. Now, historically, what you have done in recent times when you have initiated a study and therefore undertaken the responsibility of doing the study yourself, you've given the option to the affected districts to do the study if they wish. And I think in several cases, including one that's before you today, the potentially affected district said, yes, we would prefer to do the study, and you've given a timeline. So that's basically the current statutory underpinnings of your responsibilities and your rights in this area.
If we were to, I personally see this as I certainly commend the two associations for bringing these issues before us. I tend to agree with the secretary that the problem is bigger than just the most immediate stuff. So my question, Mark, is what authority does this board have in terms of reconfiguring the school districts and supervisory districts in Vermont?
What authority? Well, let me try and answer that in a slightly other way, which is that in recent times, the legislature has initiated certain legislative changes, Act 153, Act 156, which are essentially changing the relationship between districts and supervisory unions. In simple terms, and there's a lot of ways to think about this, but in simple terms, a lot of the fundamental functions of school administration are being taken up to the SU level. My personal opinion is it's sort of policy following what Bill Talbot would call Vanderbilt's green, trying to work itself into a more practical approach. So, for example, the provision of special education services is now required to be taken at the SU level. The provision of transportation is supposed to be done at the SU level. So what you're essentially doing, if you look at the last several years, is you're seeing a legislative move to, I think, invest supervisory unions with a greater degree of authority to make them more district-like. So I think that, you know, from a statutory authority standpoint, what this board really has is rulemaking. What also you have is policy function. And in that respect, I think you have to work with the legislature, advise them, tell them what you think as experts in the field are the right things for them to be doing. And I do think that that the study that is being proposed, where you think about the relationship between the functions of SUs and the function of districts, and then you decide how they might be reconstructed in light of their functions and in light of their changing functions. I think that's a really good aspect of this proposal. I tend to agree that it's not so much that schools are not doing well, it's that perhaps they're not doing as well as they could do if they had a more effective and efficient structure to operate within. So I think you've got two tools. You've got rulemaking, which has its limits because you're limited to the extent of the statutes. And then, of course, you've got your policy platform. And I think it is likely a very timely moment, especially with the assistance of our stakeholder colleagues, to come to the legislature and say, the system really needs some dramatic rethinking in terms of organization. And I agree with the Secretary that in order to do it in a purposeful and effective way, it has to some degree occur at the state level.
Stacy?
I like, Mark, the way you said that. I think that echoes my concerns, especially as a newer board member coming to this, not knowing the history. I have some concern that it feels a little ad hoc based on who comes and makes a really compelling presentation, or who's a good speaker, who wrote up their memo well, and we're kind of addressing little pockets. And maybe that there's something great about that in Vermont, that we're not just making sweeping, everyone's going to do this and everyone's going to do that. But I feel a little bit uncomfortable with making decisions just based on these little pockets where I think I think we all could benefit from. I'd like that suggestion of a joint investigation or a joint something about, let's look at the whole system, what works, what doesn't, what can we do to be more effective. That would make me feel like we were making better decisions for kids and not based on these other little trigger factors.
Bill?
I would echo that, and I think Nicole is right in terms of looking at the functions of supervisory unions and just very dispassionately saying, this is what a supervisory union should do, this is what a superintendent should do. I think that could be a very profitable kinds of discussion, but to be constantly caught up in the battle of the month between this supervisory union and this town and the other, I don't know that that's a very productive way to go. It's high anxiety, it's high stress. It doesn't give us a systematic body of ways of looking at things. But if we just look at what are the board roles and what is the superintendent's role, that might be a more productive and rational discussion.
And does the board agree with me that we should go beyond what's presented in this memo and look at the number of supervisory unions/districts we have in the state of Vermont with an eye towards consolidating and being much more efficient, as Armando points out, particularly with a declining enrollment and increasing costs?
I wouldn't agree.
You would not?
I would not. The reason is there's just simply no body of research that says that we're going to gain that much money or test result improvements as a result of that. That's just a scientific item that we need to look at.
Scientific, what? I'm not sure that's true, so that's why I'm...
It is quite true, is that when you look at organizational structure as based on achievement or on spending, you're not going to find any strong relationships there. And Hallie's work on that, a compendium of research that's been done on that. The only study you'll find on that is a projective study by a fellow named Johnny Yinger. And my thought is that we're going to a lot of aggravation for a reform that's going to have very small results in terms of achievement or cost savings. And if we look more rationally at what the roles are and the functions are without really getting into this, let's reduce everything down. We've had task force reports once every 3 years since 1906 recommending that we consolidate school districts, and they go nowhere. And I'm just not so sure it's a high productivity kind of avenue to follow when we can get the aims that we want through a less laborious and tedious fashion.
Armando?
One of the things that, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
Wait a minute, I'm running this
Okay,
meeting.
I'm
Armando.
Ladies first. One of the things that I think we can point out is there have been studies ad nauseum in Vermont about looking at a different system of restructuring the organizational structure. And again, I doubt very much that most people in this room would, if somebody said design an educational system for 80,000 students, would come up with what we have. The problem is it is what we have, and making any changes are difficult. But we do have studies showing that there are benefits to children, both financially to the districts, but I don't really care that much about the financial piece. It's really about outcomes for kids. And that's where I'm looking at when we have school districts that are duplicating services one next to another, When we have, and again, I'm looking at particularly high schools that have 40, 50, 60 students, 9 through 12, it becomes very difficult to provide those children, even in this day and age of electronic access to classes. It's a little bit, it's still a challenge for them. So I do believe that we could not only provide much better opportunities for kids in a much more manageable system that would provide a savings for Vermont, which right now I think we have the second highest per pupil spending in the country. And we could put together, again, more. We have packets in the office over the years, and the latest one was John Vaughn, the gentleman from Syracuse, Dr.
Bill Duncan.
Yeah, who talks about the size of districts being small. There's a certain size where I think Bill's accurate, that once you get above a certain number, it becomes less efficient for kids and for the district. But in Vermont, our average size school district is 300 students, which is smaller than any place else. And when he was looking at the reports, it would take time for those savings to occur. But if you're looking at one superintendent, one central office, even if that central office was a little bit larger, for a larger population, many of those services are automated. Payroll, finance, all those things are sort of automated. So whether you do it for 100 students or for 1,000 students, the costs are pretty negligible. So I do think that there are studies out there, and ultimately we have to make a decision, because what has been talked about in the past about local decisions is very important, and we value that. But again, local decisions are made locally but paid by the state. And there's a disconnect right now. You could disagree with me with a lot of things, but there's a disconnect between decisions made at the local level and how that's paid for. And I think if I'm a large district, I would be very concerned about the fact that I am able to run an operation at a more efficiently with maybe more opportunities for kids than a smaller district with fewer opportunities and a much higher cost per student. So I think that this is a decision that we need to make, not here around this table, but I do think our legislators, and they know that Act 153 a couple of years ago was the voluntary school merger. I don't believe that was clear enough for folks, and there has to be something done by our legislators. The problem is, as we all know, is that these are tough decisions for local politicians to make, and it's tough to vote sometimes against what may be against what many folks in your community feel. So if not, we'll continue with this rising costs and declining enrollment for the next few years.
Just to be clear, what we're talking about here is the possibility of looking at consolidation of SUs, SDs, not individual school districts. Margaret?
That's right.
Well, what's confusing is you say it's not about money, Amanda, but then a lot of what you talk about is about money. So is it about money or is it not about money? I mean, I think if that's the question, for me, if you're going to be honest, if it's about money, say it's about money. If it's not about money, if it's about opportunity, it's a different conversation. And I agree with Bill. There aren't the studies that show that larger provides more opportunity than what local school boards making decisions for their local kids generally make. So
Is that a question
I
you want
have,
to respond?
here's my question for Nicole. So this document, which lists the roles of a superintendent, supervisory union, and then a local district board. This is the case in the current situation. If a school district, if a board is reconfigured through a red, how do these roles and responsibilities change? So what does it look like after that process, if this is what it looks like currently? I think it would be valuable to see the complementary documents so that you see what the changes result in after the consolidation.
So a couple points. One is that this language proposes to articulate the purpose of both supervisory union and local boards. That is not current law. So I think for a lot of local school board members, it's not real clear what the purpose of the most people don't run for local school board even thinking about their supervisory union board, much less what their responsibilities to that board are and what the functioning purpose of that board is. So that's actually new language. With respect to whether a district becomes a red and how that would change their duties, they would be operating as a union school district. And so those duties, but I don't believe that, I don't have it in front of me, but I don't think their functions and duties are different from those of a local school district board. So the local boards themselves would go away and you'd have one larger board, but that would have the duties of a local board, not a supervisory union board.
Okay, but it would change in that you'd be doing more regional decision-making, and there'd be an imbalance between representation of smaller community. For example, if you have a supervisory union with similar-sized communities, there would be similar amounts of people on that union board making the decisions. But if there are large schools and small schools within that supervisory union, the balance of power shifts in terms of the decision-making regarding those small schools. And historically, when you look at the research nationally, what happens is, in time, those regional boards make decisions to close the small schools, and the local representatives don't have the power on those boards to impact those decisions because they don't have as much representation.
That may be. It also depends on what the articles that the union school district was formed, how they limit the ability to close schools.
Just to clarify, SU, I think, Margaret, you were talking about the reds, not SUs, because SUs have 3 members from each district.
Right.
So I think just to clarify.
So
yes.
so union school districts is proportional representation on the board, and supervisory union boards, it's whether or not you operate a school. So 3 representatives if you operate, 1 if you do not operate a school. So it's not proportional to the population necessarily.
But in SDs, I think Margaret's right. If you had a red formation, let's say an SU, just using a simple example, an SU with 5 schools combined into 1 SD, there would be proportional representation from each of those members. And the concern would be that the larger community would have a more votes on the board on the 1 person, 1 vote provision. The difference is that many of the boards right now, the studies are that no school can be closed unless the local community would vote to close it. So I think and that was a change that occurred after the initial Act 153 was passed maybe a year or two later, they added that provision because we had several. Chittenden East, for as an example, voted it down because there were a couple of districts there who felt their schools could be closed. Now, so the legislators then added the provision that that part of the agreement of going into the red could mean that a school could not be closed unless the actual local community voted to close it, which protected local communities, small communities who may have feared that their schools may be closed by folks who were not part of that community.
And you can't even take that vote for 4 years, right? So like for the first 4 years in a red, no school can be closed.
That was the original language. I think now, as long, there's no vote required, as long as that provision is in the agreement. And I think there is one like that at some point.
That's still there. The 4-year moratorium is
4 years still there? Okay.
And
Yeah.
what you're going to see later on the agenda today, when we talk about the Wyndham Central Education District proposal, you're going to see the proportional voting issue addressed in a kind of creative new way that you haven't seen before. The issue of school closures is also in there.
Yes.
And what they have done, and not to skip ahead, but with respect to school closures, is to create really a permanent moratorium on school closure in the absence of local approval.
Stacy?
I just even wanted to follow up on your question of should we be looking at the consolidation or the move from SUs to SDs with what Bill had suggested. I think if we go into it thinking we're going to be looking at the SU-SD issue, it's going to color the larger question, and I think if we were to engage in this process, I'd like to see us first start with what should an SU do, what should a superintendent do, and then as that filters out, that could naturally lead us to, well, this really looks like these things can go together, or no, these things look like they should be kept in their own separate pockets. But I think if you go in with the lens of should we look at that, it's going to color kind of that, you used a nice word, a dispassionate or an emotionless kind of review of just what are the roles and responsibilities.
Sean Marie?
One of the things that I've run across locally for many years, and it's increasingly so, with the added responsibility to the SU, is who is elected to be responsible for that SU and the money that comes out of there. And it's gotten pretty contentious, at least at times, in the area that I'm from. And so I think, I really don't know the answer. I know that for many years on an SU, that the 3 members that sit for each of those towns, unless you're talking about a union school district, are passionate and look at what that budget or that discussion, how that impacts that district or this district, and try as you may, retreat after retreat, education after education, the central office often feels that they're an island without support, that the support at that SU level always goes to this town or the people that you represent. And the animosity over the smaller towns having 3 votes, while the bigger towns also have 3 votes, often rears its ugly head when you want to put in a new assistant superintendent, you want to hire an HR person for a district with over 3,000 students and 800 staff and employees. And the way we look at community in this state baffles me. You know, you can have a community of 16,000 people, and yet you border on this little town, but your community is only that 16,000, and it drives me nuts because your union high schools take students from 5 towns. They're all our students. Our community is not just that little town. And we talk about being progressive, we talk about technology, and yet we stand our ground for that tiny little town that you live in. And we've got to get beyond what community means. And it's very frustrating. We superintendents go to meeting after meeting, and to each board, they're responsible for the goals and a vision of that community, whether it's to close their school, open their school, put in, you know, this curriculum or that curriculum, and then you go to another one and they don't want this, and the literacy, the kids come into the high school with, lacking in literacy. And yes, we have a K-12 curriculum, but that doesn't mean that that fixes everything. So I don't know the answer, but 20 years of doing this at the local level, it is more frustrating than ever to see these now. Bill, and you have research behind you. You have, I respect your opinion, but when you live it, and I know you lived it and breathed it every day for many years, and you somehow managed to get it to work, I think the times are different. And I think that SDs should be seriously looked at, and people represented in that, and people need to take a good hard look at what their community is. And again, I have no answer. It's just incredibly frustrating to watch this go round and round, and the legislators put more and more into an SU. They ask for study after study from the department and then the agency for ed. Nothing happens. Small schools grants. Let's do this for the 5th time and do nothing. Let's give 63% of Vermonters, at least in the southern part of the state, a break on their taxes. But when your tax bill comes and you've always gotten that break, you don't look at it as a break. You look at it as your tax bill that comes in. Even though it should be $4,000, you're paying $2,000. If it goes up to $2,030, you think it's gone up $30, but really you're still getting that discount. I mean, there's so many complexities in this state of Vermont, and we do tend to talk about money. We tend to talk about who has the power to do what, and I'm off my soapbox.
It seems to me that the two groups have brought to us a very, very important issue. And I would argue it goes beyond the points that you're making. And I think that, and we're not going to resolve it here today. My thinking is that, maybe this board needs to form a committee with some other educational partners in short order working with the agency and the partners, come up with a proposal that we might go to the legislature with. So that's the first thing I'm thinking about. But I think this board needs to make a decision today on what the scope of that is. Is it just limited to the issues that the associations have brought before us, or is it the broader issue of how we configure our SUs, SDs in the state of Vermont? Bill?
In answering to your question, I think that we can have a rational discussion about what is the role of the supervisory union, what is the role of superintendents, and that is our way of entree into a much more difficult discussion. And doing it that way makes a lot of sense to me. To do another task force and make Vermont's 35th task force on reconfiguring supervisory unions, I think, is probably an unproductive way of approaching it. The goal is the same, I just go about it that other way.
No, I just want to say that things are changing, because starting next July 1, is that right? The SU boards now take on a greater authority around many issues. So whatever happens, I think the sooner we can do something to help them, the better, because there will be a substantial change in the role where the SU board takes on a lot more authority, if you will. And I think Nicole is absolutely right. Many local board members never even think about the SU board as part of their responsibility. And it's obvious sometimes when you go to SU board meetings that the representation is not always 100% from all the local boards, which have to send 3 to the board. So I do think that whatever we decide, we have to move forward. We're now working, Vaughn's leading a group on special education responsibilities, and others working on what will the roles be for SU boards in the new world of legislation that was passed.
I wouldn't underestimate the magnitude of that change or the difficulty of that change, because every time you deal with something like special education, Sean Marie is going to run into our problems that are local. Well, we've always done it this way, and so forth. So I think it's an important change and a good change, but it's going to take some work.
And I also think that right now, with some of the things we've done with our studies, is how there is no clear way that you could say, how are special education costs paid for in the state? One SU does it by weighted ADM, by the ADM. Others do it by enrollment. Others do it in a different way. So one of the challenges that we're having, particularly with the Windsor Northwest study that we've worked on, and we're meeting with the board, their board coming up, is how people do it differently. One of the things that I would recommend, and we're meeting with the governor's office to talk about what our legislative priorities are, is to come up with one way that districts would bill for special education costs, because there's really no way of comparing one to the other right now. When one does it one way, another one does it a second way, and somebody else does it a third. So those are all the things I think of Bill saying it's becoming complex. But again, it's an evolutionary process. It may have taken us a long time to get here, but it is an evolutionary process, and hopefully we're going to be moving towards a better, more opportunities for kids where the money is spent on kids rather than on the administrative services.
Lachlan?
I don't know, how many school districts are?
277.
277,
But
yeah.
63 supervisory.
63 supervisory, yes.
So I think,
And how far does that date back? How long have we had 63?
Well, I know we've had it for at least, we now have 62.
We reduced.
We've reduced by one.
And some are districts and some are unions.
And they added the 3 technical
And
center
that's-
regions.
7 SVs. Of our SUs, there are 7 of them are supervisory districts. In other words, single district SUs. But it goes back at least, certainly through my time here, which is
Yeah.
7.5 years. And I don't think there was any change in supervisory union configuration for many years before that.
The only difference, I think, just adding to this, sorry, Lachlan, is that the technicals, about 10 years ago, the legislators decided to make technical center regions, some of them their own SUs, if you will.
3 of them.
Three of them, Springfield, Middlebury, and
Springfield
Bennington.
And Bennington.
and Bennington, of course, which honestly.
Okay, we're getting, we're trying to make a philosophical discussion
Okay.
here
Give
today
me
of
okay,
of
all
where
right.
we're going without getting into the detail. Lachlan?
as I was saying, we spend a lot of time talking about, our priorities. For example, we just got over our strategy session. We've talked about how, we believe that the state board and education policy in this state should be set towards making this, as Horace Mann said, the greatest balance wheel of human society. That's what we set out to do. We set out to do that through providing equal opportunities, and not just extracurriculars, but just equal access to education throughout our state. And I don't know to what degree that is possible with 270 odd school districts with more than 60 supervisory unions. I think that's something that we need to talk about. That is our goal possible with the system we have, and is that obviously this is a very politically divisive issue, but is it worth cutting through for what we have in other areas held to be our mission, and where do those intersect, and what are our next steps following that?
Margaret?
Well, I just want to piggyback a little bit on what Sean Marie said, because I do think a lot of it has to do with people's understanding of and feelings about community. And I think that conversation about all students and opportunity is the conversation to have, and providing opportunity for all students. I think any work in the governance area, what's important is flexibility, because one size doesn't fit all. What might make sense for 4 equal-sized towns who have a middle school and a high school that everybody goes to, what might make sense for them in terms of governance might not make sense for a current supervisory union that has many different sized towns, some of whom don't have anything to do with the high school that happens to be in one of them because they have school choice. So I think legislative stuff that provides one-size-fits-all solutions is not the way to go, but creating conversations around opportunity for all students could create a place where there are different conversations happening, not around governance and consolidation, but around let's do the best for all our kids, whether our kids live in this town or this town, and it's big or small. And that might get us to choices that are different and not. Yeah.
Krista?
To what you said earlier about, I mean, I do feel like this should be a priority and should be on our priority list. I feel like that was the one missing. And this idea, and just kind of pulling this all together, that our priority be to work with our partners in education to push for legislation that defines the roles of SU boards, district boards, superintendents, and a blueprint for mergers of SUs. And if that could be one of our priorities, working together in coming up with that blueprint and presenting it to the legislator. If we start now and getting ready for January, I would support that. And what you're saying, forming a committee, I think that'd be very productive.
Is there a second to that motion? Stacy seconds it? Yes.
Discussion 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi, Ron Schneider from Williamstown. I just want to add 2 real quick comments here. And, you know, I could talk about this subject all day long, but I won't. The first one is to make some English teachers wince. I want to take 3 words and just kind of give them separate meanings to try to focus on one. They're efficiency, which means accomplishing a task with the least amount of inputs. Effectiveness means the ability to achieve a desired end. And efficacy, which would join the efficiency and the effectiveness together. And that's the word that, you know, that's the definition I think really needs to be looked at here, is the efficacy, the ability to achieve the desired ends with the least input. And I can speak from personal experience. I am a current chair of the Orange North Supervisory Union Board. I'm on the Williamstown School Board. I'm not speaking for either one of those boards. I'm speaking for myself, but I have experience, and I'm very involved as a local board member in the SU board. We are now, contemporarily, we are now looking at how to work closer with other SUs in order to share without necessarily merging. That's not really what we're interested in doing. But I could give you with at least 2 instances in Williamstown in the recent handful of years where having a small SU, being able to get very immediate and direct attention from our top level administrators, worked to our benefit to the tune of well over $1 million. That's the financial side of it, literally well over $1 million. The other thing I just want to make is a broader philosophical point. As you get into this discussion of whether or not to talk about mergers, larger school districts, smaller school districts, as a state, we have made a conscious decision to go with this idea of individualized learning plans. In other words, everything, it should be student-centered learning. The individual student should be driving what it is that we're providing, their needs. I would argue, but this is a question that I hope you will ask, I would argue that as you get into bigger districts, you lose that ability to individualize. So I hope you will consider that very carefully and very closely as you go into this Common Core implementation and all. There's a lot of promise to be had here, and poor implementation, I think, will take away a lot of that promise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen?
Carol, were you able to get that motion?
I think she said that this
Yeah.
topic needs to be on the priority list, and it needs to include a study of the roles of the supervisory union, the supervisory district, and the superintendent. Right there, Krista?
Yeah, so I just said to work with our education partners
Okay.
to push for legislation that defines roles of SU boards, district boards, superintendents, and creates a blueprint for mergers of SUs.
So the way I would interpret that, or the way I'm functioning, is that if this motion was to pass, then it would be the role of the chair to put together a committee of board members and other educational partners to get to work on this quite quickly and come back to the board, hopefully before the legislature convenes in January. I mean, we're thinking out loud here, and Krista and I haven't had that conversation, but that's the way I would see that.
So not
No.
supposed.
I would be more comfortable if you left it out of the motion.
Well, I think in fairness, folks ought to know what the committee is going to be looking at.
Well,
I don't think
suggestion-
it concludes that that's going to be where the committee's going to resolve the final answer.
I could support the motion if it took out that last tiny bit, blueprint for merger. The rest of it, I could support, but I can't support something that says blueprint for merger, because it's a much bigger conversation than what this board has to have. It's something that needs to happen within many communities.
The one, Stephen, and I think that we should probably vote on this, and if it fails, it fails, to see where people stand. I think one of the challenges right now is I, as a secretary, don't know where people stand on this. I was very clear where previous boards stood around school choice, around merger, even around the role of this board. I'm not sure where folks stand. And I do think that local, again, because of the system of a funding system that we have, local decisions are now local, meaning the entire state. And I think we need to look at that, that big issue. If that means mergers, I don't like the word consolidation, I like the word mergers better. But if that is the motion on the table, I think it would be nice to see how people stand on that.
We can always change it and
We could always
revote.
change it.
Jean Marie?
So, just to be clear, the blueprint for mergers, is it, in your mind, Krista, have you looked at the outline or the plan that Vaughn or Mark use and look at when people are doing the red studies? It's like a
Right, yeah,
walkthrough of.
the
Are you?
outline, yeah.
I mean, I just want to know what when you talk about a blueprint for merger, is it just different words for what's already in place?
Well, I would envision if we're looking at these 62 SUs, and so we're just right, 7 are single districts, 3 tech centers, and would that make sense that they should merge with, I mean, do we need 62? And keeping that on the table, and then we're defining SUs and the roles of superintendents, that might be a natural outcome. So just being really upfront with that if this is a natural outcome, if we're looking at, well, what is an SU, what's a superintendent, and maybe we need to change some of those roles to make sure that allows for some larger SUs. And so this is nothing about consolidating schools, but mergers of leadership and just vision. And if we have 62 different visions going on in the state, how is that being effective? How is that helping students? How is that, if we have SUs all over that aren't connected, we have common standards. It can't be that difficult to bring them together. I mean, it is difficult politically, but if you just look at it from outside, what's most effective, what's going to help students? And I just look at this too as a teacher. If I have a definite vision coming from up above, and it's more helpful for what I do in my classroom, and that's where the individualization happens. And so I would argue if you have more teachers and less of the superintendents cost money. For every superintendent, that's 3 teachers. I'd rather be 3 extra teachers somewhere, changing the ratio and bringing more individualization, more opportunity to students. So I just feel like it's getting, so I think the idea of the merger of the SUs is just that it could happen. It's not saying that we're picking a number, we're not picking the case set, we're not picking one per district, but just keeping it on the table.
Bill, just a couple more comments and we got to get moving because we have a pretty full agenda here.
Just to move the conversation along, I would move an amendment to the motion to the effect of deleting the blueprint for merger language.
Is there a second to Bill's amendment? Margaret seconds it. Any discussion on that? Not hearing any. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Wow.
Aye.
What if you're a slow process?
Those opposed say no.
Oh, no. What did I vote for? I don't even, you went so fast there, sorry.
Bill,
Oh, the amendment.
We're
just doing the amendment.
voting on the amendment,
Okay.
which removes the language that says, Bill?
Blueprint for merger, and keeps the other part about the supervisory union roles, district roles, et cetera.
Chris, could you just read it again, the way it would sound without
Okay.
the blueprint for merger?
So without the blueprint, to work with our educational partners to push for legislation that defines role of SU boards, district boards, superintendents. That's without a blueprint for a merger of SUs.
Okay.
Jean Marie.
So I just want to comment on something Krista just said. So she works as a teacher, and she feels that if there weren't 63 maybe possible visions, that it may be clearer. But the bottom line is that the SU doesn't control the local schools in that district. So you already have a disconnect, because your vision might be coming from one of those districts within the supervisory union. So if you have a supervisory union, you have 6 districts within it, those 6 districts can say, this is what we have a vision here, and this is the vision at this high school. So I don't think, I honestly don't think that if your idea is to get more direct leadership, is actually lowering from what it would be 63, it's actually 53 supervisory union boards that have multiple boards within them, is actually, I mean, unless we look at it, I guess we won't really know, but I don't think that your SU leadership is actually the leadership for each of the 277 schools, and that's where I think the disconnect is.
Stacy, and I would remind people that the debate now is on the amendment.
Okay,
Oh,
so.
I thought we voted on the
No,
amendment.
we have
No, we
not,
didn't
no.
I know we want to move on, I know we've got a lot on our agenda, but I do feel like this is the thing that's been pushing and weighing on us for the last several months, so I think it's worth just clarifying. I think, I certainly hear the concerns about the blueprint, because it sounds like we're making a blueprint, but without that language, it sounds like we're convening, if you were an outsider reading that, it'd be like, we're gonna come up with a come study and write down some stuff, and the end, like, I think it still needs some clause of, and look at, whether we're talking about efficacy, look where there are opportunities for efficacy, or look for opportunities for, to meet, there needs to be something, otherwise it looks like we're convening a meeting to make a list. And I think, you know what I mean, I think there should be some final clause.
Lachlan?
I mean, I don't know, just something like, to address how different systems affect student outcomes, or something along those lines that, I guess is not as strong as saying a blueprint for merger, but allows the committee, or the commission to explore, multiple ways and make recommendations towards the goal obviously being.
All right, the issue is on Bill's amendment to remove the language from Chris's motion on adding the blueprints. I don't remember exactly what the words were.
Merge.
Merger. Any further discussion?
This is
All-
on,
And this is on the amendment.
This
think
is
we
on the
called the vote,
amendment,
'cause
on
we
the
said-
amendment only. All those in favor of the amendment, which drops the language, say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? So I see 1, 2, 3 votes negative.
Oh crap, I forgot I could vote.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can.
I forgot I could vote.
How are you voting?
I'll vote no.
So 4 votes. All those in favor, raise their hand, please. 1, 2, 3. 3. Those opposed to the amendment, raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And I'm abstaining, because I don't like any of it.
I don't either.
Yeah, is there a way we can?
You can abstain, can't you? I don't know.
I don't like any of which.
I don't like the whole thing. I think we're very narrow in our focus, and so we're gonna get the same stuff that we've already gotten. So we've had this study, we've done, 35 of them. So unless we start asking different questions, we just end up right where we are today, having the same discussion 10 years from now, because we've been having this discussion, at least in my time, for 27 years. So until we ask the bigger question about what do we really want Vermont governance to look like, we won't get anywhere. We know what the roles of superintendents are. We know what, I just don't think it's enough. We're not really pushing the envelope at all. So that's why I don't like any of it.
Mark?
Yeah, I agree with Bonnie. I think we have to come up with different questions. And I know in our SU, we had a board retreat earlier this summer, and one of the questions that we debated around the table was a lot about what we just talked about right here. We have some small schools that are getting some small school funding. They happen to have second world language. They'd like to see second world or second language programs throughout the rest of the SU and some of the school districts. Some of the largest school districts who are not getting help from the state through small school grants would love to have some of that small school grants in order to be able to extend their school days, pay their teachers more, offer another program. And so a lot of that conversation does happen right within the SUs already. And the SU leadership, I think, is really, really key. in order to move it. In some regards, some of the state legislation that comes down the line is forcing our hand, in particular next year, with the special ed moving into the SU office. One of the first items on our contract negotiations we have with teachers, which is underway, is dealing with how do we pay those teachers? Because they're coming from, 8 different school districts with 8 different pay scales. So it's extremely complicated. We were able to get there. Basically, everybody got a raise. And so everybody's at the top. However, you still have second grade teachers that are getting paid differently around the ASU when they come together for, enrichment or professional training. And that's an inequity. And it boils down to money. Whether we like to talk about it or not, it does boil down to money to a certain extent. And that is a reality. So I encourage us to find different questions. I'm not sure we're going to get there today. I realize that we've got to.
Let me propose this, that we table the current motion in the interest of time, and at some time during the day that perhaps some of you that feel that the motion didn't quite capture where we should go, that you get together with Krista and see if you can come up with a motion that we could substitute later in the day. So for now, I would entertain a motion to table the current motion.
Got it.
Bill has moved it. Is there a
Second.
second? Seconded by Sean Marie. All those in favor say aye. The ayes have it. There are no noes, and the ayes have it.
Great conversations. And that's what it's hard.
Let it go. You'll be involved in it.
I don't know if I want to be involved.
Yeah, me either now.
Really? Because it's been done before, so.
Right. We're going to take a 5-minute break at this point so people can replenish their coffee, and then we'll take up the bat and kill issue when you come back.
First day of school?
And I would propose how we handle item D is that we get the presentation from the agency first, and then we'll get the presentation from the Battenkill Valley folks, and the neighboring school district, and then any other comments that that people may have, and then we'll open it up for board discussion. So Vaughn, are you giving the agency's presentation?
Sorry?
I said it was right to turn off.
Okay.
So I don't hear that little ring anymore.
I like the dewdrop.
No, because this one's ours.
Yes, the board has in front of it our recommendation for the Battenkill Supervisory Union Study. As you can see from my recommendations, this is a complicated issue. I still believe that it's in the best interest of the state to go forth with this. I believe that as a state, we need to look at a more efficient way of meeting the needs of our kids, and it's meeting the needs of our kids that is the most important thing. However, you have a report here from the, which basically does not provide a compelling argument to make that change, along with 2 communities that neither of the 2 want this to happen. So that's one of the challenges that you have in front of you. I also think that one of the problems that we're having with this is that we should be doing the studies. I think the consistency of having the agency do the studies is a way of ensuring that all the studies are following the same template that we've come up with as to measure the benefits, cost-benefit analysis of any of this. And cost-benefit, I'm not talking about money, I'm talking about cost-benefit versus opportunities for kids. When you have a district that contracts out its own study, that's who the people work for. We don't have that influence. We also don't have the personnel to be able to do that, or the resources to be able to do that. So we have to have districts do the studies. So in this case, I'm really putting it in your hands. I don't have a recommendation. I personally and professionally would feel that this is the right thing to do. They know how I feel. I've been down to that district, at least in Battenkill, and spoken about it. I know that you have Dan French here, and his SU does not feel like this would be the right time for them to take on another, expanding their SU, particularly since they've, in the past year, taken on one of the regional educational districts into their SU. So again, neither of the two sides want it, but neither sides in any of these ever want it. So I think the board has to then make a decision about, number one, is this something that they want to pursue in the long-term interest of the state? I do believe that it would save money at the state level, from the total education fund. It may have some impact on the local districts, and I think as you saw from the Bennington Rutland, that they would have to increase their SU office. Was that as a result of this, or was that as a result of just growing pains? Again, that's not an area that I'm familiar with. So right now, you saw the report. You know that this has been going on for a long time. I still believe it's the right thing, but I am withholding the recommendation as to how you all should vote on this. And Vaughn and Mark, any other?
Clearly, the strongest reason against it is the opposition of the supervisory unions. I think if you look at the Amon's report, they talk both about savings to Battenkill Valley in terms of finance and about additional educational opportunities in both supervisory unions. Without putting Superintendent French on the spot too much, he did work out a proposal to his board that they chose unanimously not to accept on how it could be done. We didn't think that the board could entirely accept all of them. There was one that called for there'd have to be a favorable vote in Battenkill Valley, and we think they've been quite clear that they don't want it, so there would be no reason to go through that again. But a number of his other conditions were things that could have been met. Over time, immediately, the state saves money. Immediately, Arlington and Sandgate save money. Over time, and it's something of a problem because a lot of the savings that are achieved over time are not even initially identifiable. A place where this is working, and there's a huge difference because both of the original SUs wanted it, is Two Rivers. But if you were to ask the superintendent or the chair of the new SU board, they've each told me separately that one of the neatest things about it was the way people who had not originally supported it got behind it. And as they go down the line, they find areas where one side says to the other, boy, are you getting ripped off here? Or, hey, that's a pretty good idea. And so as they evolve, and it's much more often actually in education than in financial savings, they're able to take the best of two worlds. And as I told them at their opening, I think that they've actually managed to, they are in the process of building a whole that's greater than the sum of its parts. On the other hand, trying to get people to work together on a complicated process where they're making a lot of decisions and where somebody's going to have to change something is not an easy thing to do when they don't want to do it. So that weighed largely on the other side. We think that the other issues could be resolved. We think that the state saves money, the Battenkill Valley District save money, and as savings incorporate in, we think that Bennington Rutland will save money as well. But that will take a transition period that would have some costs.
What triggered this study?
Superintendent vacancy?
And is there still a superintendent vacancy?
There is an interim superintendent.
No, there is no, I'm not an intern.
Oh, excuse me. All right, excuse me. There's a superintendent, was a 2-year contract?
I have a year-to-year contract.
Year-to-year contract. Okay.
All right, so that issue, okay, I'll wait and ask that question. Anything else from, so the agency has studied this, has feelings, but is not making a recommendation. Mark?
Just very briefly, you know, Battenkill Valley has an enrollment of something in the, under 350 or something like that. It's a small.
That's incorrect.
Ma'am, could you wait?
Sure.
The number we have right now for last year is about 354, Karen.
I want to keep this, they'll have an opportunity to
Yep.
make their presentation.
It's likely the smallest in the state. The study shows that there would be economic savings. This ties right back into the previous item that you were discussing, which is the efficacy piece. That savings doesn't have to be just purely money put back in people's pockets. It could be adapted to better programming for kids. So I think the efficacy piece would be also served. In the short term, it would be disruptive. In the long term, it would be in the state's interest and probably in the interest of the folks there. But, and yet, so you've got that measured against local opposition. My personal feeling is if you don't do it here, then under the current system that you want to think about changing, you won't do it anywhere. And so I think that as it's disruptive to the local communities, obviously, it creates very strong and negative feelings. Takes up a lot of board time. So I do think that it's kind of a litmus test as to, if not here, where?
Okay, anything else from the agency? Can we hold our questions? Go ahead.
Well, it's a question for Vaughn or for the agency,
Okay.
is that okay? I'm just curious if the agency regularly conducts some sort of longitudinal follow-up with schools that have, you kind of alluded to it, Vaughn, is there some like 3-5-year follow-up to how do people feel now about the regroupers or mergers, just as a way of, I mean, I know all, change.
We will, we literally do not have enough time
there's a
yet.
launch
The
too.
first changes became operational. They had a transition year, and they became operational July 1st. So what we have now is anecdotal, but I have heard from Superintendent French, I've heard from members of the Mountain Towns Red Board that that's going very well. I've heard from the chair of the Two Rivers SU Board and the superintendent that that's going very well, but
What
they haven't
about
started the school year.
I guess, and even, I'd be curious if there was a discrepancy or continuity between how the leadership reports to the change versus maybe the teachers or the families, I mean, we haven't had enough time to even look at those, but I think those will be important for going forward.
They will be important as we get a timeline for data.
Question is that, just to follow up, is how much time is the agency, the new secretary, whoever that is willing to spend on this issue when it's really not our issue per se, it's the board's issue, and that's a challenge when we have an understaff and we have so much going on, to take on another study or to do follow-ups on things that may not have any.
You think the agency's understaffed? How about the State Board of Education?
Well, but you may be on the staff, but we actually have things, we have to get things done every day, where the state board is a policy maker.
I'm going to cut you off there, because you're only going to get yourself in trouble.
No, I'm not gonna get myself in trouble. The board is a policy board, they don't have to deal with things every day like the state agency does.
That's true.
And the agency does not have the capacity to do things, more studies, unless there's have some direction from the administration, who's our boss, and we see that this is going to result in something, as opposed to one more study that has been done over and over and over.
And nothing
And nothing happens.
Well,
Okay, could we now hear from the Battenkill folks? And then following that, I will hear from the Bennington-Rutland Supervisory Union.
Okay, thanks.
I'm George Carpenter, and I'm a member of the Arlington School Board, which is a part of the Battenkill Valley Supervisory Union.
Thank you.
And my name is Maureen Harvey. I am the chair of the BVSU and a member of the vice chair of Arlington.
Diane Jennings, a member of BVSU and chair of the Arlington School District.
And would you give us your thoughts on this issue that's before the board?
I guess the one question that comes to mind, and I know we've asked this again and never received a good answer, I would really like to know how the state would save money by us consolidating.
Okay, you've asked, do you have other testimony that you'd like to give?
Yes, I just would like to speak to the fact of the BVSU is now incorporated in our special ed services. We've taken them in. If we were to become part of another SU, we would have so many more layers to go through. Just, right now what we have is a SPED director that's directly working with our special needs children, who is very accessible. And for me, it's a huge issue that if I were to become part of another SU, I've got more layers to go to. Our school district is one of very few in the state that we've actually increased enrollment over the last 2 years. And part of that reason, when you talk to people, is because of the personalization that they get when they come for our special ed program. And I also want to say that I feel that we were picked out to be studied based on the fact that we lost our superintendent, but is it fair to punish? In some ways, it feels like a punishment to the SU that we were picked when we didn't have an employee that worked for us well anymore. I mean, then you'd have to say to everybody, either you keep that superintendent because we're going to do a study, or if you get rid of them, we advertised and slim pickings. I don't mean to say it in a cruel way, but who wants to come to some place when they don't know they're going to have a job? I'm pretty blunt, as you can tell. But that was not to say that Karen's not a good superintendent, but you put us in a position that I feel wasn't fair. And that's just because we had a superintendent that no longer worked for us, for many reasons, we're now in this issue. And it's not fair to have to keep an employee because you're fearful of having to be merged as an SU.
And first of all, I want to commend Armando and Dan French for their reports. I think that they were really thorough and a lot of work to put together. That my concern is that in all of the information that you shared, there was nothing that was compelling, as far as I was concerned, that really stood out as this is definitely the way we should go. We should dissolve the BVSU, or we should join the BRSU. But along with that, and getting back to some of the esoteric or the philosophical discussion that you had this morning, I want to say that in my opinion, as a former superintendent, although for a very short time, I feel that the superintendent's role is critical within any system, especially within the state of Vermont. And if you want to attract strong superintendents that are going to have an impact in terms of leading your system, then you need to be able to have governance issues that are doable. And when you have 8 or 9 school districts, it becomes, in my opinion, undoable. It's not something that can be done very easily because you're always out there trying to get to the next school board meeting, trying to be sure that you have the right materials in front of you for that particular school board meeting, all the political stuff that comes into it. I think that by combining the 2 supervisory unions, I'm not sure how fair it is to the superintendent of the supervisory union that we're going to be going to, if that's the case. We want the superintendent to be part of our meetings. We want the superintendent to be actively involved on a day-to-day basis with what's happening in our system. We have that now, and we don't want to give that up. And I'm not sure how we can expect one superintendent that's spread so thin to be able to do that. And that's not a negative, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not being negative toward Dan French or any other superintendent.
You represent somewhere in the reading here that the communities are against this.
Correct.
Can you explain that to us?
Well, the only thing that I can say is that we had a public meeting, and we had, I believe, 65 to 70 people at that meeting.
On a Friday afternoon.
On a Friday
Beautiful
afternoon.
Friday afternoon, by the way. I felt bad about that.
On the first nice day that we had in about 3 weeks. And it was unbelievable, except for one person. Everyone else was absolutely in favor of remaining independent. And I think that's because we have some good programs, kids are making gains, people are satisfied with what's going on with the district. That doesn't mean that we don't want more to happen. We don't want better outcomes for our kids. But I think that the community feels that that they're getting out of their local educational system what they want.
Armando, there was a question earlier about questioning how the state would save money in this consolidation. Can you answer that quickly? Or Vaughn?
The original study was sponsored by Battenkill Valley, and I believe the figures were verified by Superintendent French and his outstanding business manager, Sue Wilborn. Basically reworked what the assessments would be, and showed, I think it was in 90,000, approximately, rounding, 90,000 for Arlington and 20,000 for Sandgate. And a portion of that obviously is in their property taxes. A portion of it, given our equalization formula, is statewide. And then the longer term, where we're fairly confident that as the transition costs end, there'd be additional savings within the merged SU. One of the difficulties is transition costs are very, very concrete and relatively easy to count. Savings are forever, but are much more ephemeral when you're trying to point to them. And that's something we've struggled with from the beginning.
Any other points from the Battenkill folks?
Just that overwhelmingly, people have said, both Sandgate and Arlington people have said, we don't care if we save $90,000. We like the way we are, we're moving forward in a positive way, and that's the way we wish to remain.
Bill, you had your hand up? Questions for?
Follow up on the finance question. Peter Amon said that the differences in finances were negligible or not significant or what have you, and Vaughn is talking about 90,000, and I'm just trying to reconcile these two numbers.
90,000. I don't know whether he found for Arlington. I don't know if he found the 90,000 negligible. I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry, I can't perfectly.
He did.
He may have been talking about the difference between the two proposed companion SUs, where you had so much savings for one and so much for the other. And the savings for Arlington and Sandgate between those two were very, very close.
To maintain some order here, what I'm going to try to do is keep questions for the people who are testifying, and then allow other people to testify. So if you could save your thought, that would be great. Other questions from the Battenkill folks? Krista?
I just have a question about the meetings that you had. I just want to make sure there wasn't a confusion of closing the schools or changing this. And that's where, because I know sometimes the language gets confused, and I just want to make sure, was it that, are people concerned about schools closing, or are they concerned about the superintendent not having a personalized, more access to superintendent? So what exactly?
We made it clear to the people, if I may throw this in here, that we would not be closing schools.
Okay.
That the schools would remain open. That we would just simply be merging with the Bennington-Rutland Supervisory Union.
Margaret?
So Maureen, you said you objected to the trigger, which was losing your superintendent.
Yes.
Made this happen. And I would agree, it's not a good reason for you to be in this position. Then you have the report from the department, which shows you all this. What would it take for your two communities to talk with other communities about creating more opportunity for students? And would that change your conversations with them? And do you think that if people found that if you changed your governance and it provided more equitable opportunity for kids, do you think that would be a productive conversation that might get people further than where they are now?
I'm not sure. We already have a, I can't think of the exact word, I'm sorry, an agreement with Mount Anthony that we do send up to, I believe it's 10 students.
Something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we already have that. And can I talk about the other thing?
Sure.
Sorry, I'm just not used to it.
That's okay.
And we already are having discussions, which I cannot probably cannot say a lot about with another school district that has approached us about doing other things. But with uncertainty, it is very hard
Right.
to be able to move on and try to do things. We do with Mount Anthony, we also, we have 10 students. They could have been from the other school district too.
So your communities aren't opposed to having conversations with other communities about doing things more effectively, efficiently, and
Oh,
maybe
absolutely
saving
not.
money?
No, we are not
Maybe
opposed to
saving
that.
money.
Yeah, no.
But you want to do those because you're choosing to do them rather than you're being told to do them.
Exactly. Being told to do them in a manner that, in a way that we didn't feel was, in our best
Appropriate.
interest, appropriate.
Other questions for the Battenkill folks? Mark?
Sean Marie has one.
Sean Marie?
I believe I might have asked this at some other meeting when you were here, but when you talk about the meetings and the votes, I had read somewhere that you were going to have a community-wide vote, and I'm wondering how many registered voters there are in your community and why you didn't take a vote on town meeting day or a special vote.
I consulted with the town clerk, who consulted with someone, because I don't know about votes and all that, and she consulted with someone from the Department of Elections. And what was ascertained was that if you do a public vote, where you go and you actually put your ballot in, then it's deemed in a lot of people's eyes as a binding vote. And this wasn't a binding vote. We couldn't go and do that and then come to you and say, well, we voted and you can't make us go. What we had to do was a non-binding vote, and that's why we put it out there. We had approximately 65, 70 people there. Now,
This is for the meeting on the
For the
Friday after.
meeting.
It was not a vote, it was a meeting.
no, previous to having Armando there, we had this meeting, because it's two separate things. And out of, I think there's 1,700 people, but on any given time that we run a vote, you'll get 150 to 300 on a good, small
But a
turnout
vote
votes.
on this issue has not been taken in the towns of Sandgate and Arlington. Is that correct?
Well, just a hand vote, just a non-binding
Yeah.
binding vote, because we were advised that we could not do a binding vote,
Okay,
because it wouldn't be legal.
okay. Any other questions from the Sandgate, Arlington folks? Thank you.
Thank you.
The folks from,
Yeah,
Can I just say something on the record, though?
Was it a question for them, Mark?
Well, I think so, either that or the superintendent.
Okay.
all right, go ahead, Mark.
Sorry, I just wanted to know the relationship between the superintendent and the principal and what the evaluative role of the superintendent was for the building administrators.
Can you come back to the table and answer, whoever's going to answer
I
that
know
question?
that might be.
Why don't you repeat your question, Mark?
I was wondering about the responsibilities of this current superintendent, the one-year contract superintendent, and who was being evaluated under the superintendent and what the roles were.
Under the evaluation, our superintendent evaluates our principals, our BVSU board evaluates our superintendent.
And how many principals?
Two.
Two? And how many total students?
It's about 412 students.
412?
I just want to kind of, if I may talk. The history of Sandgate and Arlington are such that at one point, Arlington was a member of the SVSU union. And I believe in the early 90s, they broke away. Sandgate also was a member of the BRSU, and again broke away because they had a feeling that they were not being heard as a member of that supervisory union. I would like to also address the needs of our children in Arlington. We feel that we meet, even though we are a small high school and elementary school, that we have extraordinary teachers and that we meet the needs of all of our children. In fact, we were rated in U.S. News and World Reports this year, and we continue to win many awards on the progress and academic awards of our children. We do share some of our services. We are presently in the second year of a contract with the SVSU for their business services. We share with them also an occupational therapist. And whenever I establish professional development opportunities, I do also call area schools such as Sunderland and elementary schools in Bennington. So those things are going on right now. So I just wanted to make that clear to all of you.
Lachlan?
Yeah, I had a quick question. I don't know if you know this, like off the top of your head or approximately, but what's the free and reduced lunch
It's about
population?
60%.
60.
Any other questions of the superintendent? Thank you very much. Could we have the folks from Bennington Rutland Supervisory Union next? Call on Dan French you're speaking for the board, or who are you speaking for?
Yeah, good morning. I'm Dan French, Superintendent of Bennington Rutland. I'm speaking on behalf of our board chair, who couldn't be here today, Sue Soglowski. I believe you should have her letter
Yes.
in your packet
Yes.
of information. And this is Wendell Coleman. You want to introduce yourself, Wendell?
Wendell Coleman, Vice Chair of the Mountain Town Red.
Also a member of the BRSU board. So you have the letter from the Bennington Rutland Supervisory Union Board as written by Sue Soglowski, the chair. The BRSU board a week or so ago, at the beginning of August, considered the report, the consolidation report, as well as my analysis, and unanimously voted against, or at least sending you a letter as the board saying they're not supportive of essentially the involuntary assignment of the BRSU district, or the BVSU districts to the BRSU. And the reasons for that break down into three areas, one being financial. The conversation so far has been about savings to Arlington and Sandgate. I would suggest that as a board, you need to think about from the state's perspective, and that would require you to look at the financial impact of assigning these districts to BRSU or to assigning them to the SVSU, and it's the net savings or cost, if you will, that should be your deciding consideration. So in our case, taking the assumptions that were in Peter Amon's report, which I contributed to, as Mr. Altimus suggested, there's actually a cost increase to the current BRSU districts, and that includes the Mountain Towns Red and Win Hall. If you're not familiar, those are two new districts that have recently been added to the BRSU. So we're talking about a fairly large supervisory union. So when those two additional districts are assigned to the BRSU, there's an increase of about $22,000. And the reason is that basically, that precipitates us having to add positions, and we're not bringing in more pupils to spread those costs out accordingly. So proportionally, it just doesn't work out in that regard. A major consideration for the board, a second consideration, was the educational impact. We currently do not have our own high school. We operate six schools, 3 K-8s, 3 K-6s. There's a certain amount of synergy that occurs around that, and largely, I would say also that we have high school choice, 9 through 12. These were all deciding and important factors when we had essentially a 2.5-year conversation with the communities that are now the Mountain Towns Red and the Win Hall community, that they saw a lot of synergy possible by being in a supervisory union that had like-minded districts and had like situations. We don't see those synergies necessarily emerging from the Battenkill Valley assignment. We have one of our communities, Sunderland, a neighboring community to Arlington, sends some students to Arlington Memorial High School, but that's pretty much it from our districts. And Sandgate has choice K through 12. So it's hard for us to find some educational rationale for doing this. And the third, and I would argue, and I'll invite Wendell to comment on, the overarching concern on the part of our board was that they saw this essentially as a significant distraction from what has emerged as our common work. And it's hard for me not to draw the parallel to the Mountain Towns Red Win Hall assignment. As you know, maybe some of you who were on the board last year, I appeared before this board presenting to you essentially consensus on the part of 5 communities, not counting the BRSU communities, but the 5 Mountain Towns communities and the Win Hall community, to voluntarily join the BRSU. And that was based on an analysis that we did, both on our impact, on their impact, and also the impact on the Wyndham Central Supervisory Union. And that was done eyes wide open, and I would say also with some cost savings on the table. We knew the BRSU districts going into that rather complex conversation that we were going to save $160,000 right up front, and the savings to the red are substantial on top of that, let alone the impact on the Two Rivers Supervisory Union. So what emerged as essentially a community grassroots-based approach to moving forward on governance reform was so much more proactive and so much more supportive that this kind of stands in stark contrast to me. You know, firstly, that there's not substantial savings on the table, but we could say educationally and organizationally that the red and Winhall adding to the BRSU really allowed us to actually move forward a little quicker in some areas. For instance, for us adding the Floodbrook Union School, which is part of the Mountain Towns Red, is a high-quality K-8 school, allowed us to develop some synergies with other K-8 schools that are really allowing us to advance pretty quickly. So basically, to paraphrase one of the BRSU board members, of which there are 23, he said, "What's in it for us?" And around the table, they couldn't find a single thing that, objectively that could answer that question to their taxpayers back in their real communities.
However, I understand you're here this morning representing the Supervisory Union Board.
That's correct.
But as superintendent, with certain caveats, you recommended to your board that they
Right.
consider this.
Yeah, and
Just for the record, that's all.
Yeah, and I think that's important to acknowledge. And my part of my reason for formulating that was the fear that this board was unilaterally going to just assign them to us without consideration of the impact on the BRSU. Once again, I think the BVSU study is, and rightfully, they commissioned it or were forced to commission it, really talks about the effect on them. There was no consideration of the effect on SVSU or BRSU as far as I was concerned. So from that lens, I was like, well, if this is going to happen, let's look at some things that would allow it to happen. And I came up with 4 reasons. One was, firstly, that this shouldn't be a hostile maneuver. I mean, one thing I've learned in the last couple of years working with the Mountain Towns Red and Winhall communities, this is unanticipated complexity that you, from your position as a state board, really can't anticipate. At my level, even working with the communities over several years, I couldn't anticipate many of the things that emerged. I couldn't begin to imagine doing this work with communities that didn't want to participate in that conversation. Very difficult, if not impossible. Secondly, there's going to be cost, unanticipated costs, and I don't believe the transition grant of $150,000 begins to address the BRSU additional costs. As I mentioned in my report, it's likely that we're going to have to add additional space to our central office or physically move into a new space. That's going to have significant implications for us. Organizationally, once again, we see it as potentially a major distraction. Not that it's, you could argue, unimportant, but to take on other districts becomes a big part of my job, becomes a big part of central office administration. And our boards were unwilling to see our energies diverted into essentially helping the state out when they believe our energy should be focused on advancing what's best for kids in our districts.
Thank you. Wendell?
Well, I would like to basically stress one point from experience, but before I do that, I'd like to say I certainly disagree with what we heard earlier, that the locals always oppose these things, because as Dan has just pointed out, the locals involved in creating the Mountain Towns Red and joining Bennington Rutland Supervisory Union were certainly not opposed to it, as an overwhelming public vote showed.
To date, though, that's the only red that's been successful in the state of Vermont.
And yes, but that's one of the good things about it. It was publicly supported. So far, working with Bennington Rutland has been very, very good. I am not completely sure in my own mind what Battenkill Valley students would get as far as increased opportunity by joining Bennington Rutland Supervisory Union. There may be some, possibly, but I've been sitting here since I heard that this morning, and I haven't come up with any. But the big thing I would like to stress is that I spent 18 years on the Floodbrook Union School Board in the past. And then I decided it was someone else's turn and never intended to be back, but never say never. However, coming back, it was dropped into an extremely difficult position until we got the red discussions going and we made the move, and it is night and day difference. My concern, if this proposal were pushed from the state level and not from the grassroots, is that we would turn Bennington-Rutland into something that might be similar to what Windsor Southwest used to be. And that is having an entity that does not want to be there, or two entities, however we want to look at it. And it will, from my experience, almost certainly take away the very positive forward push to concentrate on improving education that currently exists at Bennington-Rutland. It will be above and beyond all of the normal things of absorbing a supervisory union that Dan has talked about. It is going to have a tremendous emotional impact. I feel certain of it simply because of about 20 years now of experience where there was not synergy. And I thank you.
Are there questions of the, from the board? Thank you. Are there other members of the public that wish to offer an opinion on this issue? Not seeing any, I would open up for board discussion. And I would start by saying, as you heard from the very beginning, there is not a suggested recommended action. Doesn't mean you can't propose an action, but there is nothing that's directly demands our immediate vote. Bill?
Procedural question, if we take no action, that means status quo ante?
Yes, that would be my read of it, yes.
Okay.
Does Krista have a motion for us to entertain?
In the motion that was tabled earlier?
Oh, we did some tweaking. Would that be appropriate at this time?
I think that's probably out of order at this time. If you wish to offer an opinion of what might be discussed later, I think that would be fine.
Well, what,
Sean Marie.
so what this says to me is that emotionally, nobody wants to do this. There wasn't really a town-wide vote to actually show that the advisory vote supports what they're saying, but I don't deny it. I mean, obviously, that people keep showing up, they don't want this to happen. 3 years of time is going around and around and around, and it is, from my perspective as a state board, and I can imagine from a local, very distracting. The reason I asked Krista to perhaps bring up her motion is that this is such a bigger issue than assigning this anomaly of a school district of 300 or plus students to a larger district that, you know, a year ago I would have voted to send them to Manchester in a heartbeat. But there are some discrepancies. There is no high school. There is no professional high school development. The superintendent or assistant and superintendent would have to develop that. The demographics are quite different. The conversation hasn't wanted to make it happen. Do I believe something needs to happen in this state in terms of the number of school districts? Absolutely. I just don't see creating more friction in an already contentious world around this. And yes, I would have voted to send them. I mean, if you had recommended to send them to the SU, I would have had to abstain. I would have said we have too much on our plate down there with that other hat on. With the state board hat, I would have said send them to Dan. You know, they you know, Dan could do wonders, but Dan just was involved in another merger, and so he and the boards have their hands full with making something else work. So Armando, while I support you in this, probably more than most of the board members around this table in consolidation, I just think we need to take a pass on this and move on to the bigger picture. And it's not that I don't support your efforts to for efficiency, but this efficiency has turned contentious, which has basically derailed other educational work that can happen. So I would make a motion to leave things as they are, and though I swore I was coming here to do something else, till we have a direction in the bigger picture of the whole state. I mean, I don't need that to be a real motion, but I mean.
Would you vote to table or move to table?
I would.
Is there a motion to table?
Yes.
Margaret moves to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Can I just ask a question? What does this mean for the school district and their contract negotiations if we table this? And is this still an issue for them? So just what are the implications of tabling?
The best interest of the district is to say, we're either going to do it or not. Because if we table it, then they're still in that same boat of treading water for another year.
Okay, well, I make a motion then not to do it. Can you do that?
Do you have to make, I won't get going on that, a motion in the positive, not.
All right, so Margaret's
So
moved.
shall the state board vote to not regroup the Battenkill Valley Supervisory Union and the Bennington-Rutland Supervisory Union?
I would amend that to a positive vote, and the board can vote it down, but Mark disagrees with me on that point from previous meetings.
All right, I'm getting a little, Margaret moved, shall the State Board of Education not vote to regroup? Is there a second to that motion? Not hearing a second, the motion fails. Is there another motion that someone wishes to make?
I vote, I make a motion to assign the B.
Leave the
the
assignments
Batten.
as,
What?
leave the assignments as they were.
There's a possibility, if
Yeah,
you
leave them
want
as
to
they
do
are.
this. The question on the green sheet reads, shall the State Board vote to regroup the Battenkill Valley Supervisory Union with Bennington Rutland Supervisory Union?
there's
You
the
could
motion.
simply take that as a motion.
Okay, I make that motion.
Okay. Jean Marie has moved the question. Is there a second?
Second.
Mark has seconded? Discussion. You know, I'm not sure this is the right thing to do, but this really does demonstrate to me the issue that the state of Vermont is facing in education.
Yep.
And it's unfortunate, and I hope we move on later with another more progressive motion where we look at the whole state. But I don't believe that this state is going to survive, do as well as it's doing with 60-some-odd supervisory unions, and it just isn't fair to our kids. So I guess I agree with Sean Marie that it would be too bad to take action on this one school district, but man, this really shows us we need to do something and do it very quickly.
I think there's important things to learn here about the kind of actions you can do which would result in change. And it's to do with how the conversation was started. It came across negatively. Your superintendent was leaving, so we will pick on you. That you will then talk with someone else who maybe are not in the same position, so they don't necessarily choose to have that conversation. So I think there's something to do about how the conversation started and the focus of the conversation. You heard all three folks say that they're not opposed to talking to people, their neighbors, close communities, if it brings them opportunities for their kids. And that, yes, they'll look at the money issues there, but even saving money is not necessarily the prime motivator. So how do we encourage those conversations to happen so that people make the right decisions for their communities? I think that's the key thing here. And forcing people to do things they don't want to do doesn't work.
Armando?
A couple of things. I think that what we typically hear from are folks who are passionate. That's who shows up to meetings. That's who writes letters to the board. That's who writes letters. I think there are many people, and that was done by 3 different surveys that were done in Vermont, that folks, general population believes that we need to do something about art. And we have those surveys. One was the Snelling Institute, one was one that we contracted ourselves, and one was done by NPR. So this is not anything that I'm making up myself. So there are, the majority of people who took those surveys thought something needed to change. The fact is that those aren't folks who are coming to meetings, those aren't folks who may be involved with it. So I think that we have to also always remember who we hear from. So that's one. Number 2 is, if this motion goes through, then I think it would be unfair not to say to the folks from Battenkill, since we're voting no, the issue is tabled. Because to vote no on this, it still leaves it hanging out there that there was a study. So I think that it would only be fair that if we vote this way, that we say, then no more studies, this issue is closed. Because if not, then the whole thing just continues to stay out there. And then that raises the larger question from the board is, how much more effort am I willing to direct my staff to do when nothing is gonna get done? And we have plenty to do, we have short staff and more things on our plate. So I think those are the questions, but I think first and foremost, and I'm getting, not that I can predetermine anything, but I'm getting pretty sure that the vote's gonna go no. But is that no meaning no for now, or is it no permanently for, so again, the Battenkill folks.
Let me
need to-
make a suggestion.
Yeah.
In the event that your prediction is correct, and this vote before us now does not pass, perhaps a subsequent motion could be made clarifying that this was the end of the,
Yes.
of the study, and it was our recommendation, the agency should not proceed with
That would
further
be
study.
great, that would be great for them.
Jean Marie?
So, just a quick comment to Margaret. I just, as a board member who's been here longer than the newer ones, is that the part about the superintendent leaving was an opening for a conversation. It wasn't meant to be negative.
Right.
I thought it was odd. I think Armando probably thought it was odd, but it was an opening, and sometimes we need to take openings where they come. The other thing is, technically, if this board voted no, in order to have this happen at a future time, a majority have to ask for this to be revoted. Is that correct?
No. And that would be true with a motion to table, but we're just saying that we're not approving this, and I think if there's a subsequent motion, that's the end of it, and it would take something else to initiate it once again.
So I guess my thinking is, if there's something that comes along in a couple of years in terms of regrouping, is it going to look back and say, the state board said no, don't regroup them? So I'm trying not to, I made the motion.
Yeah.
But try not to have that be like.
I'm trying not to box us in at the same
Well,
time as.
maybe in that second motion, you make it clear that we're suggesting the agency not to proceed. And
At this
the
time.
reason
At
that we're
this
asking.
time.
At this time, until the board has an opportunity to look at it from a broader public policy point of view.
Right, and as I'm saying, I don't want to box off
Yeah,
the
good point,
conversation.
good point.
Somebody from Battenkill coming here in 2 years,
Right.
and there's new people and saying, well, you voted no, here, it's in the record.
All right, so the question before us now is, shall the State Board of Education vote to regroup the Vattenkill Valley Supervisory Union with the Bennington-Rutland Supervisory Union? Not seeing any more discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
There is one aye, those opposed say no.
No.
So I'm thinking the vote is 7-1.
There's an abstention.
And why are we abstaining?
We are abstaining because,
Yes,
do I have to say why?
yes.
Yes.
You have to have a conflict to abstain.
Oh, I got plenty of conflicts.
It's gotta be a documented conflict that you would be personally benefiting from a abstention, or from a vote, I think. is-
Okay, so by not sending the Battenkill to Manchester, the SVSU is getting paid to do financial services. I mean, not me personally.
No,
I will vote no. I'll change my vote. no.
Okay, is there a follow-up motion?
We want to
Preserve.
suggest that these studies are done and over.
What?
Is that where we're
No.
No, we want to preserve our right to revisit this to some degree.
How
So that-
about, go ahead. Does someone
I
got a
don't know.
motion? Jean Marie, do you have a motion?
I'll make a motion that the studies currently are on hold and that this may be revisited upon future studies done statewide. And don't ask me what I just said.
For future policy work.
Future policy work.
Is there a second to that motion?
I guess Carol's going to have to tell me what I said.
Yeah, I'll second.
Bonnie seconds. Bill?
Oh, I was just seconding.
Okay.
if you
Any
need it.
discussion? If, Vaughn?
Mr. Chairman, the board has directed or
We can't direct the agency
has
anymore.
requested that the agency
Dispense?
deliver a study in November. And we are in the midst
Yes.
of producing that. I just wanted to point it out.
Windsor Northwest,
Oh, different
which is
place.
Bethel, Rochester, so it's a different,
It's a different issue.
okay. So you're just talking about this particular, I just want to.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
okay. I thought
Yes,
that
the
sounded
point of the motion is we're suggesting to the agency not to pursue this further.
The bat and kill.
How-
Bat and
The
kill.
bat and kill. However,
That clarifies it.
Any studies on BBSU are currently on hold and could be possibly revisited.
and would be,
Future statewide policy work.
okay? Does everyone understand the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the motion has been carried.
Margaret.
Okay, thank you all. We will now move on to the Wyndham Central Regional Education District Planning.
Emily and Stephen are
Yep,
here.
yep,
So,
I did.
she's like 6 foot 3.
Every meeting.
See you tomorrow morning, too.
What are we doing tomorrow morning?
Independence.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
On agenda item E, which is the Wyndham Central Voluntary Regional Education District. And I would suggest that we'll hear from the agency first, and then hear from the two representatives of Wyndham Central. Why don't you introduce yourselves, not that most of us know you, but introduce yourselves first.
My name is Stephen John. I'm Superintendent of Schools at Wyndham Central Supervisory Union.
And I'm Emily Long. I'm Chair of the Leland and Gray High School Board, as well as Wyndham Central Supervisory Union Board, and I'm also Chair of this Voluntary Regional Education District Study Committee.
Okay, let's start with the agency and get your response to their proposal.
We will be very happy to know, Mr. Chairman and members, that we have before us a group of people who want to be here.
Here in Berlin.
They are making a proposal for the first modified unified union school district vote. You've seen their proposal. We think it's an outstanding proposal. There was one segment of it that we feel is in violation of state statute, which causes us to oppose to recommend against your approval with that provision in it. The committee, study committee, the SGO, and George both wanted to present their argument, and therefore we maintained the report as it was written. There's also a provision for a waiver request that the agency supports. If the MUD were to go through, then the Modified Unified Union School District were to go through, I apologize, Jeff, if you're here, what would happen is a series of districts, operating schools, each of which have 3 votes on the supervisory union board, would be combined into one district with a truly large reduction in their voting power on the supervisory union board. They've presented 2 models, one if all districts join the entity, and another if one does not. And the agency understands the reason for their request, has ascertained that it is in the board's power to grant the waiver, and recommends that the board grant the waiver.
Just by way of a little bit of discussion on the 2 points that Vaughn raised. The question about which we have concerns constitutionally relates to the doctrine of one person, one vote. And it's actually in case law as opposed to specifically living in a statute. But both the federal and the state court systems are consistent that elected boards have to be balanced in relation to their populations, just like the House of Representatives does. I think, in a desire to protect the interest of the smaller districts that would be joining the larger districts, there was a two-vote mechanism that Superintendent Stephen John came up with that I think is very creative. But it would create the possibility that that a court could find, and it's always impossible for us to predict what a court would do in the abstract, but we think, on balance, that a court would find that the system, the two-vote system that had been proposed, would not meet constitutional muster. Now, there's been discussion about an alternative strategy which we think would work, and that is what we call the supermajority strategy, where where it would take 7 out of 10 or 8 out of 11 votes of the new modified union school district board to change the bylaws, or change the articles, rather. Go ahead, correct me.
I think you advised that the articles can't be changed except by a vote of all the towns.
Well, that's correct.
Okay, but so the bylaws have to comply with the.
So this supermajority provision, which I don't think is in the current submission, but which has been discussed, I believe that the agency is willing to recommend the proposal as it sits if the two-vote proposal were to be substituted with a supermajority provision.
So does someone have language that you're suggesting?
You want to let, I think.
My understanding, Mr. Chairman, was that the reason it wasn't changed is you would hope to talk to the board about your reasoning?
Let's have Stephen and Emily.
Well, I can first of all give the language that might be appropriate for a proposal to change, but we're not here to propose a change initially. We want to put the state board in the tough spot of having to address the issue of the proposal regarding a second vote being possible based on towns in order to, in fact, ensure the voting population that's going to consider this modified unified union district in a clear way that there is some balance of power between the large population towns and the small. And we reason that this is a problem that faces the entire state in terms of forming regional education districts or modified unified union districts. Just to be clear what the proposal is, if you haven't read in Article 12, it says that any member of the board could ask for a second vote based on towns. So if a motion passed and a board member decided they wanted to go to a second vote, they could call for a second vote. The second vote would then be based on town. If there are 5 town members, 3 would be required to approve the motion. If there are 4 town members, 3 would also be necessary. And so it's something that's simple that I think our constituents can understand. No one is very familiar with the supermajority concept, so we're not addressing it initially. We would really like to have the board ask us the tough questions about why we believe that's necessary. The rationale for the proposal is based upon the Constitution of the United States and the Connecticut Compromise. To ensure the balance of power, we need to look no further than the U.S. Constitution. In 1787, Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia adopted a grand compromise that replaced the Articles of Confederation. The Connecticut Compromise, forged by Robert Sherman from Connecticut, was proposed June 11, 1787. And that's how we got a Senate and a House. The Senate is not based on one man, one vote.
So are you, just so I'm clear on this, are you comparing this board to the Constitutional Convention in 1776?
This has no effect on your board, although you are, the biggest thing for this particular issue right now.
Just
Anyway, Emily,
Just for
speak as
clarity,
well.
honestly, this is a direction that we've taken 2 years for this study. I know a lot of these go a lot quicker, but there've been a lot of discussion around the fact that we have many small school districts SU. I mean, we have 11 boards and 49 board members in our SU. We have 8 operating schools. We have 4 within this Regional Education District Study Committee report. So we feel pretty strong, well, for the 5 if we're Leland and Gray. But anyway, the committee felt pretty strongly that we wanted to present it this way. We recognize and we understand the Agency of Education's perspective on this. We know you will have to have a conversation as to whether you feel that you could go out on a limb for us, as we are suggesting that you might do. We recognize the difficulty of that, but we also recognize the difficulty, and we think you are going to be presented with this difficulty over and over again as time moves on, if people even choose to continue with this voluntary opportunity. But we feel, we are, as Vaughn said, happy to be here. We're hoping that you will approve it one way or another for us today so that we can move forward with our vote.
So there's really 2 questions before us today, whether we approve the red, and then secondly, whether we approve the red on the way you've constituted it. Is that correct?
Well, I'd put it the other way
Maybe the other way
around.
around.
The first issue is whether the articles as presented are going to meet approval, gain approval, and if not, then what proposal is necessary revision that we would like to proceed to an immediate consideration by the board here and have this in the minutes so that it is clear. We need to go back to our constituency tomorrow night and tell them we got articles for the voters to consider.
Well, and I think I can speak for this board, and we certainly join you. Obviously, the issue is the legal/constitutional issue on the second vote. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but.
I don't think so.
Mark?
No.
Just for the record,
How did we do that?
the sections, the statutory sections that basically adopt the constitutional case law are section 706C without parentheses, subsection B9, that says, that begins, consistent with the proportional representation requirements of the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. And there's another reference in section 707C that we think, regardless of whether this bicameral approach would be a good idea, and it could well be, we simply feel that given those 2 statutes and given the constitutional case law to which they refer, that the law in Vermont does not permit that structure. We do feel that it would permit the alternative structure, which I know is not under discussion at this time.
Margaret?
So I've got a question. I think it's a great idea, what you've come up with, Stephen. I think it's
Yeah, they thought so
very
a long time ago,
promising.
too.
However, if this is not approved,
Yeah.
how about these conversations as a red? Is this the kind of thing that your board members feel they need this assurance to continue this conversation to be a red, and without it, they'll back away from being a red?
I don't believe it's board members. And I think that's the problem with the
Community
perspective of these conversations. We keep talking about board members. We're not talking about students, number one, which is what we should be talking about when we're having these conversations. First is students. And number 2, our communities. You know, our board members represent the communities, but the communities aren't sitting at every one of these meetings. They have to, you know, we have to get them out. We have to get the information to them. We are trying to represent our community when we say this, so we feel that it would make the communities feel more confident if they had a 2-vote provision in there.
Okay, thank you.
Mark?
Just from a procedural point, if, and it may be that without the 2-vote provision, that the local communities will reject this proposal. That could be possible, and we've spoken about that. But one thing that I think is within the possible purview of this board, and I think there's some history for it, would be potentially to approve the proposal on the condition that a supermajority were to be substituted for the 2-vote. And I know we're not there yet.
Lachlan?
I have a question. So we're down the line, if we make it this far today, gonna vote to waive Title 16, Section 266 for this. Is it?
261D. And 266, yes.
Oh, you're on the waiver now?
For the
Yeah, but I was just wondering, is it not within our power to also waive
The statute gives you specific power, is it anything in chapter 7 and 8?
You have the power under 261D to waive any provision
Any
of chapters
provision.
5 and 7. I think chapter 5 has been repealed.
He wants to know if we
The
can
answer is
waive the
no.
statute.
No,
You cannot.
there's no
You cannot
similar
waive anything in
permission.
706. Or 707.
Good question.
Yeah, it's a great question.
Questions or comments? This procedurally is a little bit difficult. Knowing that there's another alternative, knowing that you'd rather see, where the board, where it comes down on the two-vote provision.
Well, let me explain what Emily's position is. She's chair of this study committee.
Wait a minute, I know Emily, and I've never known that she needs someone to
I've
talk
not
for.
usually had a problem expressing my opinion, but
Well, I
feel free to,
understand, but I
feel
just
free to
wanna-
express your own.
Could you underline that sentence in the minutes, please, Carol?
Well,
Please do.
you can speak for yourself, but, no, I wanted, the study committee was advised of the objection. We've debated this issue about the one person, one vote for 3 months or 4 months. It was a debatable issue when we previously submitted these articles and then had to withdraw them. And actually, that may have been one of the issues about withdrawing them, contributing issues. So, but Emily came here with a charge from the committee to gain approval from the State Board for articles. And so she's in the position of staunchly defending, as I am, the proposed articles as we proposed, because that's the inclusive conclusion and democratic deliberative process of our study committee. That's their judgment. And we regret that it's runs, against, what the case law says. I mean, I would argue that, okay, let's see what happens and see what case law decides on this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another approach.
Well,
That's the way law is
But
defined,
that could delay the process. Another alternative would be to go to the legislature and try to get
Yeah,
this
that's
cleared
true.
up.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
would delay the process, and what I'm hearing from the two of you is, let's get going.
Well, that's what we're here to
We
get
recognize
something
that, and I think
decided.
what Stephen's trying to say is, there was a motion.
I didn't get to
There
it,
was,
but that,
there's,
go ahead,
I
take it
know
over.
what he's trying to tell you, and it's a motion that the board, that the Red Study Committee authorized me on behalf of the committee to agree to any stipulation required, if it's within keeping of the intent of the committee. That was the motion, it passed unanimously. So we did have this conversation. I do have the authority given to me by the Voluntary Red Study Committee to make that change, if so, but they really did feel strongly that we present it as they voted on it originally. So there we are.
Is the two-vote provision designed to protect more than one town interest in this?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have,
I mean,
well,
the-
it's hard to predict what would happen in the future, but the population difference, as you see on the
It's not a
chart.
dumb question, let me assure you.
No, it is
No,
not.
it
It's
doesn't.
a-
The
in
population
fact,
charge, I mean, a population chart on the back
Page
of that,
2.
page 18 of 18, or earlier in the book, if you like, lays out pretty much what the differences are between these towns.
Let me get a sentiment of the board. Is the board concerned about the two-vote provision? Little nodding, shaking.
I'm okay,
Concern.
You think you're okay with it?
yeah.
Yeah.
What part are you okay with? Like going forward with it, or?
How do you read that
I'm
statute?
not
Krista?
okay. Yes, I'm not really comfortable with that per se, because there's no legal precedent, but I am comfortable. I think this goes to what we talked about even at the very beginning of the day, when we talk about SU makeup and how do you make up the SU board. This is again part of that bigger issue, and I like your suggestion. I just don't know how legal it is, and do we want court cases going through, and are you willing to go through with a supermajority, and then if we work on some of these back issues, maybe be able to go back and change it. I like the suggestion. I think it's a creative one, and the idea of having two votes.
But I hadn't asked about the supermajority yet. I was just trying to get a sense on the two votes.
I would like to hear
If I could
more
clarify
about,
one
I would
thing.
like to hear again about the legalities, and I'm not sure I comprehend that properly.
Can I correct one thing? The SU structure and the waiver is clearly within your power, and the agency supports their request. The issue is the
We're making it 19.
the modified unified union district that would be created, which is a district. And because it's a district and its representatives are elected, not appointed, the principle of one person, one vote appears to us at least to be clearly applicable.
Well, the election of them is by population, right? It's just the voting power of them.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
May I address one, may it complicate things further? Early in the discussion about this issue, there wasn't unanimity in terms of how to even advise within the agency. I brought up the point that there are union school districts in the state of Vermont whose board compositions are not in keeping with one person, one vote.
Right.
And so the question, the practical question was raised. If WCED were to adopt a two-vote system, would it be challenged? If it were to be challenged, would a court find it unconstitutional? If a court did find it unconstitutional, what would the court do? They don't tend, courts, when they see something like this, don't tend to disassemble municipal structures. They might reform the document and basically say, we hereby find this provision to be unconstitutional, and we substitute in its place a governance structure that meets one person, one vote. So again, the long story short, I think this board could potentially approve this with the understanding that there could be constitutional infirmity with one element, one plank of this platform. But I think that we as an agency would not be doing our job if we didn't at least elucidate the issues.
Well, and it is hard to understand that who's going to bring this to court, or is there even going to be a situation where this comes up, where there's a need for a second vote? But it is difficult to sit here and read the law and say, gee.
Put you in a hot seat.
But I will entertain any motion that anyone cares to make to move this along.
So the motion, item 2, shall the State Board of Education grant a waiver and establish the way they've said? I support that I make that motion.
And that's, Mark, that's the order of things that we should take things up, you believe?
Well, the second one, the 261 waiver, I think that really logically is subsidiary to the first question, because they only need a modification of their SU board structure in the event that
If the other one.
the MUD passes here and passes in the local communities. So I think it's
So the first motion should be item number 1?
the one dealing with, do we approve the proposed articles?
Okay.
That's where the language is.
Right, that's where the two-vote problem
And-
arguably exists.
And then we have a follow-up motion on item 2?
Yes, sir.
And quite frankly, they do not, I don't think that the applicant wishes to be voted, a positive vote on number 1 if you don't give them number 2, right?
Right.
True.
They're linked.
They are.
Yeah.
That's why, Stephen, you suggested
I would
doing 2
entertain
first.
a motion that includes both item 1 and item 2.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll make a motion that
Okay.
includes.
Everyone
both
is
item
clear
1 and
what we're looking at?
No.
Item 1 and item 2 in the green sheet?
Okay, I think I got it.
So the first one is to approve the study done by the Wyndham Central Voluntary Regional Educational District Study. And then the second item is to approve the
Waiver.
reconfiguration of the SU board. Again,
Where's the SU board?
I mean,
Does it say to approve?
the same, yeah, excuse me, not the SU board, the options,
The options.
yes.
Everyone clear on the motion that's been made and seconded? Who seconded?
I'll second.
All right, Mark did. Other discussion? And you're clear on what you're voting on?
Yeah, clear as
And
mud.
again, just to clarify, Stephen, our recommendation is still that the board cannot approve
Yeah,
Right.
literally.
something that goes against the law.
Right.
Doesn't mean that you can't, obviously.
Your motion would be approving both 1 and 2.
That's what they've asked for,
Okay,
yes.
now that works.
That's what they, and that's what,
Yes.
not.
Yes.
Well,
So as we proposed, but the two vote deal in it.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, the danger of that is it could be voted down and we're done.
Read the motion back then, because I mean, I think the motion stated, I thought that to approve the regional.
Yes.
Yeah, item 1 is the State Board approved the report of Wyndham Voluntary Regional District Study creating a modified Union High School district among the towns. And number 2, granting a waiver of 16 VSA 266, which established the number of representatives. Yeah.
Steve, can I clarify? The motion is approving them both at the same time, or we're still taking them one by? Because I think that, I don't want to be, I guess in my mind, I can see a difference between the two, and I hear the testimony saying we're not interested in 2 if we can't do 1. Or sorry.
The applicants have asked us to do it both in a motion, both items. The chair would rule that the items are divisible if a member requests that.
If a member of the board requests it. So I guess how do I want to say this? I see validity in item 1, and I can see why, if you don't have item 2, item 1 doesn't work. But I don't think that should be, I don't think we should constrain our vote by, does that make sense? I don't think we should constrain our vote by.
What are you requesting?
I guess I would request that we separate item 1 and 2.
Okay. And
So
that's a non-debatable point, so we're now voting on item number 1.
And is it possible, though, then my original request was to vote on item 2 first? That was my original motion, to vote on item 2 first. Can we vote on item 2 first? You don't want
that at all, right?
If I may?
Yeah.
The issue around item 2 is that we don't want to change our structure of our supervisory union board unless we are going to be passing, not only approving here and moving to the next level and passing it there. That's when we want to change our structure of our Wyndham Central Supervisory Union Board.
So we need you to do the first one first, second one second.
So you may not need the second
One
one.
additional question, because this has come up before. So let's assume you separate the issues. You vote on one first and you vote it up. And then you vote on the second one, you vote it down. Seems inconceivable, but at that point, since they don't want that, then it raises the question, do they have to take item 1 only to the voters? Because
There's been some conversation about a possible amendment for the thinking in item 2.
Right.
The chair at that point would consider another item 2.
Well, item 2 is not the issue. If
It's
they-
item 1 that has the vote in it.
Potential change in the language.
But the question was raised in the Stowe context, whether once the state board approved a set of articles, the articles essentially belonged to the voters, and so it had to go to a vote. And my suspicion is if you get 1 but not 2, you'd prefer not to take it to a
The
vote.
2 vote is in item 1?
Yes.
That would be
Yes.
correct.
And then the question is, do you have the power not to?
That would be an issue,
That would be an issue.
for certain.
706.
Okay, so the issue before us is item 1, which calls for the approval of the report, which includes the 2-vote provision. Are you ready to vote on that?
No.
Okay, Jean Marie?
I just wanted to, I'm just looking at the 706B language that Mark was,
CB.
CB.
CB9.
CB9 is the 18 members of the union.
No.
The union school district shall have no more than 18 members, and each member district shall be entitled to at least 1 vote. That's what you're talking about?
Oh, right, it's the beginning of the paragraph that I was talking about, consistent with the proportional representation requirements.
Okay, so the number 19 has nothing to do with this, because they're asking for 19.
I think you're referring to the second part of the motion, right? Which is the SU board composition as opposed to the MUD board. There are 2 boards that we were talking about here. The MUD board has to be constitutionally constituted. The SU board doesn't have to be, but they're asking for a waiver with respect to the SU board if the MUD passes.
So the MUD board is in 1, or it's in 2?
In 1.
MUD board,
And in 2?
no, it's in 1.
And can you explain to me about, never mind. I think whenever you have two votes, and it's been shown at the statewide level with budgets and town meeting, it's been shown at school boards, while it may be clear to the school board and those who have spent 2 years discussing it, it's not always clear to the people voting on it, and so I worry about that piece, and.
These are board votes.
Right.
These are board votes. These are not.
They won't need to take this before the voter.
So I can explain it, I think, very, very quickly, just in one more slightly different way. If you look at page, is it 5 or 8, where the chart of the voting. I've lost it's at the top of page 6. What could happen with the two-vote issue? And I think the prediction is you might not have 5, but not all 5 towns might pass this, could be 4. But let's say 4 passed it. You have 2 towns which in combination have 60% of the population. The other 2, in a second vote context, could essentially then block the will of the majority, which is what, that kind of an outcome is the question, is the outcome which raises the constitutional question.
Okay, all right.
Good way of putting it, yeah.
Okay, so the question is on item 1, shall the state board approve the report of the district study for the towns of Brookline, Jamaica, Newfane, and Townsend, and Wyndham as agreed on August 7th, 2013. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
The noes are 2. The motion passes. And now there's a need for a motion on item 2.
So moved.
Moved by Bill, seconded by Bonnie. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. And the ayes have it. Done deal.
Thank you for your
Thank you very much.
And again,
We will-
we're hoping that you will come back with something that is constitutional, because
We're
again,
not.
just, you guys voted, my recommendation stayed the same, that we should have voted no on item number 1, even though I want this to pass and I want them to have it read. Understand that this goes counter to law. Just to be clear, and that's not the agency, that's the State Board of Education.
So we now have 2 reds in the state of Vermont, is that right?
No.
No, not yet.
They have to vote.
You now have the opportunity to allow us to convince our communities this is the way to go.
Emily, he gave that to you, come on.
Go get it done.
We're going to work very hard to.
Big work.
To share that with the community.
Okay.
And let us know when everything changes, if anything changes, Steve. Thank you.
We're honored today to have the opportunity to hear from the 2014 Teacher of the Year candidates. I'd ask you all come up to the table, please.
Angela's not,
What is she doing?
she just took them outside. Carol, could you go get her? She went with the members. But I want to thank the board
Or our social studies teacher.
for being part of the Teacher of the Year process and for inviting the 5 Teacher of the Year finalists to present and join us for lunch. And when they come in, I mean, I would present them now, but they're not here, so. But just so you know, there's Kathy Faber, Robin Davis, Valerie Gasco, Luke Foley, and Michelle Vale. So they'll come back in. Now at least you have the names, and when they come back in, you'll be able to have a face to a name.
And then, we have 2 extra guests here this morning.
You're gonna get the secretary.
What's that? How do you pronounce her name?
Carol?
We have two guests here this morning that have arrived from Senator Sanders' office, David Cohen and Abby Kablick. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
That's great.
Great.
Abby and David?
Yes.
So you both just.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have your name, sir.
Oh, that's Andy Snyder.
Oh,
who works
okay.
for us.
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Thank you for coming this morning. And now we're pleased to hear the from the Teacher of the Year 2014 candidates. I think Armando introduced you while you were out.
But that's okay, I'll let you introduce yourself again now with a face to a name. I was just thanking the board for having, being part of this and giving you the opportunity to come, and we're fortunate to have you here.
And I think each of you are going to give us a short presentation, is that correct?
Sure.
Yeah.
Overview, yeah.
So why don't we start on my left, your right? Is that all right?
Yeah, that's
Okay, and introduce yourself, and please tell us why you should be the Teacher of the Year.
Well, my name is Michelle Vale, and when I received the invitation to speak here today, I was asked to tell you who I am, and it reminded me of a counseling strategies course I took, where the professor had asked us to tell who we were, and everybody answered by telling about their roles. But he told us that who we are is how we feel when we're engaged in the activities that we love to do. So by that standard, I'm compassionate, committed, generous, conscientious, gentle, playful, confident, loyal, loving, nurturing, funny, and intuitive. And in my role as a special educator at the Dorset School, who I am translates into the tasks that I have to complete for my job. I have to wear many hats as a special educator. I have to do assessments. I have to evaluate test data, design individualized programs, modify curriculum, supervise paraeducators, write reports and IEPs. But the hat that I enjoy most is the one I put on to provide direct instruction to the students with whom I work. I have to teach academic, interpersonal, behavioral, social, study skills, and I have to teach strategies to help my students compensate for their learning weaknesses. I also teach them to identify their learning needs, and I teach them how they learn best so that they can advocate for themselves and that they can become independent learners. I started to develop my philosophy of teaching when I got a phone call from my brother one evening when I was in my college dorm. And he called me to talk to me about his baseball coach and his game that day, and he said that the coach had yelled and screamed and belittled students while they were on the field if they made errors. And he said that happened to him that day. And he just decided he had had enough, and he put his hat down on the field and he walked off. That was the day I started to develop my teaching philosophy. And it made me realize that this teacher, who happened to be my 7th and 8th grade teacher, he taught through embarrassment. That was his classroom management strategy. And I remember he even threw chalk and erasers at kids. And I realized that he was the antithesis of what a teacher should be. And so as a teacher, I believe that all students want to succeed and that they do so in an environment where they feel safe to take risks, where there's honesty and respect, and that's fostered. I think that our teachers need to have high expectations for students, that we must individualize our teaching to suit the needs of all learners, and that we must constantly reflect on our teaching approaches based on how our students perform. I think as teachers, we're really entrusted with an important job. We ready the next leaders, scientists, writers, those people who are going to be the ones to make decisions in our society. And I often think, why is the public's perception of us so negative sometimes? So when I was asked what my message would be if I were to represent Vermont in the teaching profession, I would advocate that it's time for teachers to take control of society's perception. And that to change society's perception, I believe we have to have an open door policy. We have to invite our colleagues, administrators, and parents into our classrooms so we can share our gifts. We have to show off our awards, our achievements, our student successes. And we have to get more information out to the community about what we do. We have to be self-promoters. We have to brag. So I'm going to be the first. I teach. I give hope. I change lives. Henry Brooks Adams wrote that teachers affect eternity. No one can tell where their influence stops. And we're in control of our own destinies, and we have to proceed accordingly. Thank you.
Hello, it's good to be here. I'm Valerie Gasco. I am a 52-year-old woman, born and raised in the state of Vermont. I'm a walker, a reader, a knitter, traveler, a baseball fan, a baker, a cook, a singer, and a dancer, at least in my car in my living room. I'm a wife, a mother, a daughter, a sister, a niece, an aunt, a cousin, and a friend. I mention these because every interaction I have with my students in my middle school is constructed from all these different parts of who I am. The same is true, of course, for them in their interactions with me. I believe that effective teaching results from connections and partnerships. I'm the special educator for Team Sojourn at Riverside Middle School in Springfield. We've restructured recently into multi-age teams that loop with our students for all 3 years. I teach small group specialized instruction in reading, spelling, and math. And I also work with my teammates as we've developed co-teaching partnerships in general curriculum math and English classes. These relationships are very fluid at this point, ranging from supportive team teaching to full-on team teaching models depending on the needs of our students. After 3 years, it's an honor to have a visitor to one of our classrooms struggle to distinguish between the regular ed students and their classmates with identified learning disabilities. As a teacher, I have found that my first responsibility is to build and maintain trust with my students, and trust grows out of personal connections. My own childhood experiences with poverty and family stress gave me an insight, and I have a common experience with many of my students. And I believe that part of the teaching and learning relationship is to let my kids see who I really am. If sharing is relevant and they're receptive to it, I'm very frank with students about that part of my life. I learned early on that education would be my ticket to a successful future, and I tell my students that it can be their ticket too. I believe every student has a right to be held to high standards of achievement and to be personally accountable for learning and behavior. I explain to my students that it's my job to teach them and it's their job to do the work to improve their skills and understanding. If improvement isn't evident, then we need to talk. What are we each going to do to help things move forward? There's a fine line between empathizing and enabling. We don't do our students any favors by letting them off the hook, academically and behaviorally, because of challenging personal circumstances. As I learned from my parents and teachers, there's power in knowing that someone understands the difficulties one faces and still believes in one's ability to persevere and succeed despite that. However, I don't believe full participation in the general curriculum works for every student, and statewide tests don't provide relevant and useful data to inform the instruction for every student. The truth is that some kids learn at a very different pace from the norm. It's our job as educators to implement a continuum of instructional and assessment programs that truly addresses the diverse needs of the students before us in our classrooms every day. As professionals, we must provide each student the opportunity to achieve his or her personal best along that continuum. Curriculum and instruction should be a work in progress. It can't be pursued in a vacuum. I believe that school, community, communication, and partnership are crucial to improving our schools. My personal life experience have taught me that a rigorous and compassionate educational system provides not only opportunities for building knowledge and setting goals, but also for self-realization and connections to others. The question is, in what ways can we begin and sustain community involvement in our schools so that families have faith that education can make a real difference? How can we create the sense that all of us, parents, business leaders, churches, social service organizations, and our schools, are responsible for successfully and safely raising the children in our communities? We must deal with the dramatically changing world in which our young people are growing up. At increasingly younger ages, our children are bombarded with information and images at an alarming rate from an array of media every day. Years of research have shown that the damage caused by the overexposure to violence, sexism, and prejudice that pervade much of our popular media. Combined with these negative messages is the fact that increased engagement with media for recreation results in less time spent with family, peers, and being active in our great outdoors. We must use technological advancements to make true, daily, global involvement possible right from our classrooms. It's no longer our task to give information, but rather to teach children how to efficiently access it, effectively manage it, and responsibly use it. We must teach our children to be savvy and discriminating consumers of media in all its forms, and to maintain a healthy balance of individual and social activities, both indoors and out. Schools, parents, communities, government, and the media must work together to put our children first and commit ourselves to building a 21st century partnership.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm so pleased to have the honor to talk with you guys today. And your work earlier sounded very, very thick and detailed, and I admire and appreciate what you're doing for schools, kids, families statewide. So thank you for that. So my experience, I came from a natural resources and science background into teaching. I became an outdoor educator first, and was working with New York City school kids, and often they hadn't seen more than 7 to 10 trees together in their entire lives. And I came at it from this guiding sort of I thought I might be a wilderness guide, say, for the rest of my life. And I quickly fell in love with teaching these kids and finding out how to best reach them, and realized that they left after 2.5 days. That they left along with their teachers, and their new experiences and their transformations about the natural world just continued on, and I had to say goodbye. So I went back for my master's at the State University of New York, and came out with a K through 6 certification, but also a 7 through 9 in middle level science. And so that passion of hands-on learning and experiential education is something I really wanted to continue forward in my public school and classroom teaching. So I was lucky enough to land a job in Vermont, and I started at Twinfield for 2 years, and then I've been at Rumney Memorial School in Middlesex for the last 12. So I'm coming into my 15th year of teaching, which is unbelievable to even consider that that's true. Anyway, it's what I've tried to do there is bring a focus on service learning to the school. And because I teach the oldest kids in the school, they're often coming into that grade level with sometimes starting that slide toward disengagement that we know happens developmentally. And they've been around the elementary school block. You know, they know what's going on. They've been there a long time. And so it's time for them to have a different experience. And that is something that we've worked really hard at Rumney to create for them. So they have a year-long leadership experience at our school where we analyze the school needs, concerns, community needs and concerns, and then match those up with student leaders based on their own interest. And so the entire year they're accessing weekly leadership opportunities and then reflecting upon these in the writing. And so I'm trying to integrate their academics with these service learning experiences on a regular basis. And it's been pretty successful. When I met with the new 5th graders and asked what they were excited about, the first thing they said was SLI, which is the 6th Grade Leadership Institute. So it's something that grounds them in their community, makes them engaged and want to be there, and it's pretty exciting. So when I'm not teaching, I write about education. I've written 2 books that have been published by educational publishers, one on teacher attrition, and that was after I had a mentee of mine who quit teaching, and I was really devastated by that loss, and I wanted to research why that's happening. So I interviewed teachers across the country about why that was happening and looked for overall solutions and themes. The second one is about service learning and how busy teachers can integrate service learning into their classrooms in an already full plate. And so I wanted to make that really explicit how it can be embedded. And I also just write about environmental health issues, parenting, and education. I've done for CNN, for Fox News, for Edutopia and Educational Leadership and other sites. And I'm currently in a doctoral program at Northeastern University. It's a hybrid program, so I can live here and travel there in the summer. My message, if I was lucky enough to be Teacher of the Year, would be that society has completely changed in the last decade, and I feel that education and schools need to become innovative, dynamic places where students have individualized and personalized learning that is embedded in school and local communities. And the projects that we do at Rumney are the things I'd like to see done across the state, and really making teacher voice in decision-making at the local, state, and national level a big part of this, and making sustainable and supportive school environments for teachers and for students. I really feel like a focus on humanity, deep, rich learning experiences, instead of a shallow focus and maybe a smaller view on maybe just one isolated test. More enriching experiences across the board for everybody is going to make school more engaging, more positive. It's going to change perceptions of teachers and change the public's perception of students as engaged, committed individuals. So that's the direction I'd like to see. And I've been testing these things out in my classroom and really enjoying the results, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Exactly, maybe who I am, a glimpse of my personal character, but I decided to go back. Hit those anyways. So, you know, it's interesting as we.
No, everyone else at the table is
And that's an unfair standard, I think. Agree? It's interesting, you know, everybody in this room has a vested interest in education, and one of the things that I find tremendously interesting about education in general is that, you know, in the U.S. we're looking at trying to create students and give them opportunities to enter a world where they need to be problem solvers, they need to be creative, and they need to be able to think out of the box. My question is, why do we do all of our educating in a box? You know, we sit in classrooms with these segmented 49-minute periods if you go to my high school, and, you know, you might transition from taking calculus 1 minute to reading Shakespeare the next to learning about the Holocaust in your third period class. And we expect somewhere along the line that our students are going to connect these dots, you know, and maybe that's a process that happens in college, or maybe it's through real world experience. But I think maybe that's part of the reason that we're having so many issues in the world today, is that because we have a lot of people running around with disconnected dots. You know, we teach people these individual pieces of knowledge, but we don't actually give them an opportunity to put them into play. And so, you know, my background, and to kind of go back to the sandals thing, I actually was the wilderness instructor for a long time. I lived outside and I traveled around the world leading kids on trips, and I've been educating for about 10 years now. And I have relatively recently, probably in comparison to other people at this table, come into public schools. And part of what I saw in all of those travels and all of the different organizations and schools that I worked for was that there was something in these independent programs that was cultivated that was direly missing in public schools. My parents both taught for over 30 years in public schools, and so that was a really, you know, I always kind of thought that might be the direction that I would end up going. But it was through all these other experiences, and many of them were really expensive experiences that weren't affordable to most families, that I found that there were some serious things were missing in public education. And so a few years back, I made the decision to go back to school to get a master's degree and to work in public schools. And since that time, I've been lucky to inherit an alternative program. And for those of you in the state of Vermont who know anything about alternative programs, there's not really a lot of direction that anybody can give you. It mostly is kind of this convenient way to deal with those kids. And so a lot of times, that's who I'm working with. I'm working with kids who don't fit in very well in a traditional school setting. For whatever reason, maybe it's behavioral, maybe it's academic, maybe it's social, they're just struggling. And so we're looking for ways not only to get them to, you know, take the ass back when that eventually comes out and do well, but to just care about their education, about themselves, about the world that they're entering into. And so one of the biggest things that we emphasize is student investment, student engagement. And you know, one of the vogue terms in education right now is this concept of a flipped classroom. You know, and honestly, I think that what we really need is a flipped education system. What I think is that by getting kids into the world and connected with their communities, it gives them a great opportunity to practice all of those skills that are going to be necessary as they enter their professional careers, whatever that might look like. And I don't think you can really adequately do that in a classroom. Personally, you know, some of the foundations of the program that I work with are service learning. We do a lot of project-based and problem-based learning. These are kids who have a hard time connecting to their high school or to their local community, so we really emphasize not only our internal community, but also the surrounding community. And we've worked really hard to cultivate a curriculum that addresses all of these needs and really tries to find ways to get our kids engaged. Personally, I'm really interested in quantifying what is working in my program, because I think that what we're doing is pretty innovative, and I think it's a testament to maybe the direction that education could go, to show that it doesn't just work for some kids, but it really does work for all kids. Quote that actually in 1 week, or I guess 6 days from today, that I'm going to share with each of my students on the first day of school is from Ralph Waldo Emerson, and it's that the greatest gift that anybody can bestow upon humanity is their own self-awareness. And something that I think is really missing in this world of ours and in education in general is that kids don't have much awareness. They might have an idea of what they want to do, but if you ask most kids why they need an education, it's to go to college. And if you ask them, well, why do you want to go to college? They say, to get a good job. And you ask them why you want to get a good job, and they say, well, to make a lot of money. And I think that that's kind of unfortunate, that people have such a limited scope of like what they gain from their educational experience. And so, for me, the direction that I try to work with my kids is trying to understand what they have to offer the world around them. And we do that through a variety of experiences that they don't get elsewhere. Our kids go out on backpacking trips, and last year we took kids hiking 4 miles into a cabin, and they carried in big buckets of paint and painted over the graffiti from years and years of people abusing that space. They developed their own service learning projects. So currently we're developing a 5K course for our school forest that is going to be used by the cross-country team, and also partner with the college cross-country team in the area that we're working in. And these are projects that they're the ones they're deciding that this is what they're interested in doing for their community and for themselves. And what I've seen with that process is it's changed my perspective on teaching. I'm no longer the person who's standing up there and giving this information out in little parcels to kids, but I'm really becoming a resource and an expert at knowing what the local resources are, so I can point my kids in those directions. And I think that that's really the direction that education is heading. It's an honor and a privilege to be here today. If I were to be selected, I think the biggest message that I would have is that I think it's time that education stop being reactive to all of the pressures that are coming from so many different places. And the reason that everybody wants a hand in what's happening in education is because it's powerful. It's a way to influence the future. It's a way to influence the youth. It's a way to dictate what our future looks like as a nation, as a people. And for that reason, I think that what we really need to emphasize is, we're the professionals, and we need to be innovative. I agree with many of the thoughts that these ladies have had, just in terms of opening up our doors to the public and providing resources for the public beyond just the kids that are in there. And so, my hope would be that by continuing to share the work that we do in my program, the work of my students, that in the future the direction that education goes in general is towards a more innovative, experiential, and life-based program in which all kids have an opportunity to really understand who they are and what they do have to offer to the world.
Yes, hello. My name is Robin Davis. I live in North Ferrisburg with my husband on a small farm. We have 4 children. 3 are in college, and the youngest is a senior in high school. And I teach physical education and creative movement at Charlotte Central School in Charlotte, Vermont. I'm fortunate to have had the opportunity to travel, and I've seen a variety of educational settings and methods around the world. 2 of the most significant experiences I've had were when my husband and I worked in partnership with Shelburne Farms at schools in the Dominican Republic, and when we were able to observe school wellness models in Iceland. These experiences were vastly different, but both provided me with different perspectives and valuable takeaways to share in thinking about equalizing educational opportunities for all students, families, and communities. Teaching is an exciting, interactive process where daily learning is reciprocal between students and teachers. Each day as I leave work, I'm already planning the next day's events and experiences, and my students are never far from my thoughts as I go through my after-school activities, my dinner with family, and my evenings. In the morning, I enter school ready to greet those students with the same energy and eagerness that I want them to bring to my class every single day. But in my 30 years of teaching, one of the things that has remained constant is that it doesn't matter how excited and ready teachers are to teach, if the students aren't ready to learn. Some are hungry because there's not sufficient food in their home. Some are tired because their home may not be one that provides a restful night's sleep. And some are anxious and/or inattentive because of stress they and their family are experiencing. In Vermont, students spend 6 hours each day, 175 days a year in school, which means over 85% of their time is spent outside of the school environment. Great teachers and great schools cannot do it all. Communities, families, and schools need to work together to help create a nurturing environment for not just the students, but for the teachers, parents, and the community itself. I believe schools throughout Vermont and around the country have an opportunity to become year-round community centers. Imagine parents bringing children to school in the morning and eating breakfast with them and their neighbors. Imagine seniors having a book talk in a classroom down the hall from the kindergartners. Imagine town offices operating down the hall from the school's administration offices, allowing students a view of municipalities at work. Imagine community members who don't even have students in school, but come to the school community center to use the merged town school library, computer lab, or work in the community garden. Imagine family and community members stopping at food pantries located just outside the cafeteria. Imagine facilities open after school hours for family recreation, adult wellness activities, tutoring, arts and music programming, and adult continuing education. What if our school facilities became wellness centers for students, families, and the entire community to put into practice the lifelong lessons of education, health, and wellness that are currently being taught in school? It's not by mistake that Vermont is found to be one of the healthiest states in the nation. The culture in Vermont is ready to embrace educating the whole child for a better Vermont. The future leaders of our communities are in our schools now and will shape Vermont's future. I recognize that this may be another out-of-the-box type of thinking, but as the Vermont Teacher of the Year, I would bring forward the idea that educating the whole child and connecting students to their communities and the world around them create humanistic qualities that will lead us forward in an ever-changing world. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. I know this is a little bit awkward in the middle of the summer, but really appreciate you coming and sharing with the board your experiences, because you represent thousands and thousands of other wonderful, wonderful teachers that we have here in Vermont. And with that, I do want to just talking about wonderful teachers, we have with us some of the past winners of the Teacher of the Year. And other than just to say your names and so that people could see who you are, and I'll just start off with Janet Stewart. Carol Smith. Katie Sullivan. Tong Cheng. And this year's outgoing Teacher of the Year, I guess it would be Jay Hoffman. Thank you all for being here, and again, I think the fact that the former Teachers of the Year, number one, are really involved with our process, took the time of the day to come here, really says a lot about you all who are here and the whole Teacher of the Year program. So thank you all very much, and I'm hoping you're going to join us for lunch. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, you are. If you can.
As long as everyone's properly attired, which
That's right.
And we'll recess here, and the board will reassemble at 1 o'clock.
Use the big
Okay, we'll reconvene the meeting. And we're on agenda item F, the consent agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the, yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to pull out item 6. The others I'm fine about, but I wanted to see if there's anything from item 6 that could be useful learning.
Why don't you hold it, we'll pull, at the request of one member, we will pull it, and we'll act on that separately. So the motion before you is to approve the consent agenda without item number 6. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Mark it.
So, I'm surprised no one pulled the Brattleboro one off the agenda. I was thinking of making Lachlan go to school one more day this year to make up for last year.
Just for him.
Oh, it's elementary? Oh, I thought it was the high school.
And actually, we need to be, this has happened more than once, twice, where people counted the wrong days. I'm shocked, honestly.
Okay, item number 6, at the State Board vote at the request of the Lamoille South Education District Planning Committee to accept final report of the final report. I don't know what that all, and recommending against creating a red. Margaret.
And the only reason I'm bringing this up is, and I haven't read this in detail, is I'm wondering what we can learn from this that might help. Why this didn't work? Why this didn't work in this place, as opposed to the Wyndham folks coming with a adjustment that could make it work for them. So I'm wondering about what's not working, and if there's something useful here that could be applied to changing the systems a little bit in terms of moving forward. Why this didn't end in a productive conversation. And I don't know the answer to that.
Vaughn is not here. Mark, would you have some wisdom that you could share?
I can speculate a little bit. This proposal, and I think they did very hard work to try and make it happen. If you look at the composition of the districts that are within that SU, we've got Stowe, we've got Morristown, and we've got, is it Eden? Elmore.
Yeah.
Elmore was sort of, and what they started with the proposition was that they were going to use the existing boundaries of a supervisory union, which seems to be kind of a presumptive starting place. And if you look at the diversity of a lot of factors between Stowe and Morristown, Elmore was going to lose school choice, I believe. And they were afraid that they were going to, or maybe they weren't going to lose school choice, but they were afraid they were going to lose their elementary school. Because they have shrinking enrollment, they're the smallest, and therefore that was their big fear. So that's why I think they designated Stowe and Morristown as required districts for the red and Elmore as optional. One of the disadvantages of that kind of an outcome, even if it had been successful, is that you would then, you wouldn't have had a supervisory district, you would have had one fewer district, but a 2-district SU, where you would have had a very large district compared to a very small district. And as Jean Marie indicated, you know, that kind of relationship inside an SU sometimes has an odd dynamic. Because, you know, you've got three board members from each side, and which is very disproportional. And I think that when they started talking about this board had not yet thought about 261D waivers as a possible encouragement type thing. There was also, I know, there was a couple of really strong personalities on the Red Committee that disfavored the idea. So I think that it was just, you know, you talk about one size not fitting all. Trying to fit a red around that SU shape, I think just turned out to be a bit of a bad match. Yeah.
So the suggestion that you made earlier is this idea of looking beyond current boundaries as a more creative way to begin these conversations?
That's a suggestion that better minds than me have made.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, there's no need to limit oneself in one's thinking to current boundaries of SUs, whether you're creating reds, you're creating modified unions, school districts. And I think that, I would assume that the current SU boundaries are there for a reason. Mm-hmm. They make geographic sense, they make socioeconomic sense for some sort of reason. But that may not be true in every case, or the circumstances may have changed.
That's helpful. Thank you. I don't want to, I don't want to make any motion against this recommended action. I just wanted to talk about it a little bit to see if we could get anything useful out of this.
Well, we do need to take action on it.
Okay, so let's go ahead.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
So go
I'll
ahead,
second
motion.
it.
Margaret's moved that we approve the Lamoille South use.
To accept the final report of the final report.
Right, yes. I didn't either. It's been moved and seconded to accept the final report from Lamoille South Supervisory Union. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and we've accepted that report, and that completes the consent agenda. Are there board announcements? Jean Marie?
I went to the Vermont Principals Association first day of the conference. I believe other board members went on other days, and it was, excuse me?
The Leadership Academy.
The Leadership Academy, and it was really, I think it was well attended, it was great, it was a nice invitation from the Vermont Principals Association to invite us, and also the Standards Board this month. I can't tell you how eye-opening it is being on the liaison on the Standards Board, and one of the things on the agenda, other than I can go into more details, but the how it came about and what how and what their official responsibilities are, I'm not sure I ever really knew until that day. So if others find it useful, I could give it to Carol to include as an FYI on what the Standards Board of Professional Educators at a glance does. They were also created by an act of legislation, and they have certain responsibilities, and they have a very interesting structure which seems to work for them in terms of committee work. So it was good to see they're working on a lot of different licensing issues, and I'm sure that, I'd suggested that some of those items come before the board. The staff that works with the board is really great. They're very informative. Is it Marta?
Marta Canberra?
Yeah, she does a fabulous job, and the agency people are really right there and helpful. I mean, it's involved right at the table level. So, anyway, it was right here.
Oh, terrific. I think that might be helpful if you supplied that information to Carol and
Can I send it to you electronically? Okay.
and maybe you could even send it out electronically, and it doesn't need to be in the board packet. But I think it would be helpful if we all knew what our associates over there did.
And just so you know, you met Stephen John today. He's the chair
Yes.
of the Standards Board.
And he even brings out his guitar every once in a while.
I think that's his trick in school board meetings in Windham County, too.
Probably.
Things get a little deep. Any other board announcements? Yes.
I went to Colorado for the International Democratic Education Conference last week, actually week before, and it was really great. It was really validating, I felt, there's so many people in just other countries, other states, all doing really similar, important, great work, and it was nice to come together and talk about that and have 5 days dedicated to your sort of what, so what, and now what. And to move forward on that, and met some great people and made good connections, and I'm very happy I got to go.
Where was it held?
It was in Boulder, Colorado.
Great.
Yeah. So thanks to Fred Bay for funding that.
Unlikely a Republican counterpart was held anywhere this summer, but. Bill?
3 things. I did attend the VPA with others, and Lachlan gave a great speech there while he was doing his introductions, and the governor gave some nice remarks, and his agenda is very similar to ours. And that was my first chance to hear Deb Delisle, the Assistant Secretary for Elementary and Secondary Education, and I found her quite impressive from what she had to say and the perspectives that she was offering. Also, the Achievement Gap, John Fisher and myself and Cindy Gerstel-Peppin were on the radio yesterday. They did better than I did with this raspy voice. Also attended for 4 days. It wasn't anywhere near as good as Boulder, I have to say. Went to Washington for the NASB conference and attended the Government Affairs Committee. I thought it was a good meeting. There was commonality, too much federal control, and too little funding. They liked the House version of the ESEA reauthorization simply because it returns so much power to the states that they feel that has been taken away by federalism run amok. Not to put any kind of twist to it or anything. Some reluctance, growing reluctance on such things as Common Core and the chiefs and the NGA pushing that, and the foundations, Gates, Broad, and Walton, pushing too much top-down essentialism as a direction for educational policy in the nation. So that was sort of a common theme. NASB has a new executive director. How she's going to work out is just too soon to know, but everybody is enthusiastic. A lot of support for extended school year from everybody. NASB has a governmental mechanism of a Government Affairs Committee, Policy Positions Committee, the Executive Board, and the Delegate Assembly. So the question I want to take back to them is how can you be nimble and quick and react to legislative situations with 4 different groups in there working on different kinds of positions? I think that's something that needs to be looked at, but it doesn't bother me too much at this point in time. On the Common Core, I think as part of the reaction to the political backlash, NASB sort of softened their strong support for CCSS as it was a year ago, and I think they're hearing the feelings and comments and the hesitation that's happening there. It's really interesting to see the contrast between the Gates people who are presenting the great values of Common Core and then Tony Wagner from Harvard, who was talking about the real 21st century skills. And so here was 2 programs that were just diametrically opposed. And actually I thought that's kind of good because it gave a balanced position to things, or a balanced perspective to things. Also some pushback on teacher evaluation and a general consensus that and CAP has got a report on this one, rather the Center on Education Policy. There's some concern about being ready for college and career-ready standards in the assessments, whether PARC is going to be able to deliver, or SBAC. I think more concerns with PARC's testing program than SBAC's. But there's some real reservations about having the capacity for professional development as well as the technical capacity. I think we're probably better off on the state computerization thing than other states, but that is an issue that's out there. Those are the highlights in brief.
Is it your understanding that every state in the union is a member of NASB?
No, they're not. I would say, I had the exact count, but I'm going to say it's right around 35, 36.
We're going to be looking at our finances in a bit, and I'll bring that issue up again, but I just wanted to ask that question while I was here.
Yeah, it's a significant issue. It's a significant amount of cash from our budget. But at the same time is that as people get out of it, it weakens the power of the organization while also increasing your dues structure because there's less people to pay for it.
Right.
So it could lead to a kind of downward spiral. One of the things that did come out was that if you take the House or the Senate version, but more pronounced in the House version, and it gives more authority back to the states, that makes state boards more powerful policy implementers, if you will, or policy deciders than what they are in the current situation.
I'll save some thoughts until we get to that. Any other comments from, yes?
Just quickly, I traveled with 17 other Vermont students to China for the summer. And so these are students from all around the state. It's a 2-year program through Governor's Institute. So 1 year they apply to the program, they study at UVM for a week, they do projects over the year, and then they travel the following summer. They get college credit for this. And it was amazing to go and take them. This is my 5th trip over to China, 4th leading students. And I think the best part was going to a preschool that was teaching 3 languages. So you had English, Mandarin, and Dongba, which is a local language and culture. And so all 3 going on at the same time. And I think it was real inspirational to see what can happen. And our students were amazed because their Mandarin skills couldn't go beyond hello, yes, no, yes, shopping, numbers, that's about it. And then these little students were talking to them in English. So just something to think about, just the idea of multiple languages being taught at such a young age. And I think the Vermont students really almost felt a little bit embarrassed about their language skills and how much they had learned, or lack thereof.
Chris, I think that about Carol, I was a superintendent at the time, the State Board of Education did vote to require all schools to teach a second language up through intermediate level in a single language, as opposed to a student taking 1 year of Spanish, then they go to French for another year, and then they go to something else. They know nothing in any language. And this was, I thought, a fairly forward-thinking move. Then issues around finding teachers and some of these other things came about. However, now with technology and distance learning and other opportunities, I think this would be a appropriate policy level discussion for the boards to have down the road, because it's not, you don't need a teacher in every classroom. You now can do multiple things, and we have Middlebury's interactive language program right here that could be a resource. So I think that's a conversation down the road. Other question I had, did the students have to pay for this, or was this a scholarship?
So if they couldn't pay for it, there was a scholarship available. So the trip itself, I think for each student was roughly $10,000, but they had to pay $950. So it was all paid through the Freeman organization.
Okay.
And if they needed scholarship money, it was available. So it could be free if they needed to go.
The $950.
$950.
Okay.
That was the total trip. That wouldn't even pay for airfare, but.
Yeah, no, yeah.
But if they couldn't afford that, there were scholarships.
Okay.
It's pretty awesome.
It's an amazing opportunity. And it's good too, because it's students from all over the state, and they get to meet each other. There's somebody from Twinfield, actually. Who went? Oh, wait, which one? I was trying to remember, because I'm like, I remember this.
But I do think that this with China is because everybody is sort of falling over each other, complimenting China, but I think if you look at some of the social things going on and their new sort of memo that was been sent out from the government around, it helps our students see a different perspective than maybe just what we hear sometimes about the wonders of China and maybe some of the realities of living in a totalitarian system.
And our students did get to go to a school, the high school, for a day, and the students live on campus. They're there 17 hours a day learning, and the Chinese students were like, we hate it. Like you should, value what you have. And they do, speaking about physical education, they have physical education where everybody comes out of the school. Have you seen? And then they line up and do exercises. So our students got to participate in that and go sit through classes. So it's pretty interesting.
And they do eye exercises.
Any other comments, reports from board members?
I guess I'll just do a short one. I had a family visiting us from Utah, whose students their schools have been implementing personalized learning plans for a couple of years, and it was great to hear what sound like some real success stories of different students within one family with very different skill sets, and how differently these 2 boys, who are only a couple years apart, how differently their classes are being set up for them based on their different skills. And the older boy spoke pretty eloquently to me. He's almost 14-year-old about he's like kind of that engineer smart, the hands-on problem-solving smart, less analytic, and how he's the classes that he's being offered and the direction he's being steered, he feels really supported. He felt known by his teachers in a way that it sounds like some of his other peers are just going have different skills, and he recognized that he wasn't being forced to go in the same direction. Anyway, it was a positive straight from a state that's been doing it for a while. Seems like there's some potential.
Lachlan.
As Bill said, I attended the VPA conference. I was only able to go for 1 day, but also saw Ms. Delisle talk, and Armando was there, and so that was good to see her. She was definitely reassuring to hear the things that she was talking about. I was definitely prepared for a little bit more aggravation than she left me with. So that was great. The whole conference, Leadership Academy, seems to be very, very worthwhile. And I was also glad to see that WSESU is getting some of that grant money from the University of Kansas. And we talked about in our June meeting to do special ed integration K through 8. So that was in the paper down in Brattleboro. Maybe that'll teach them how to count their school days.
Yeah, maybe.
One step at a time.
I don't have a report. Most of my time has been spent on item M, so I'll wait until we get there. Which leads us to the Secretary's report.
Mine will be brief. I also traveled a little bit. I just came back from Missoula, Montana yesterday, where, interesting enough, a rural state has county-wide school districts. And from when I talked to the people at the superintendent's office, who I went to visit, works very well, by the way.
What a coincidence.
What a coincidence. Yes, like I don't leave work to do more work, you know? No, but right now, what our work at the agency is, again, trying to prepare and help schools for the upcoming school year. We did send out because Vermont is one of the SBAC states, the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortia, we'll be running a pilot test this year, and schools who volunteer to be part of the pilot will not be then taking the kneecaps. There are about 8,900 students who will be participating in reading, language arts, and math. And those schools were volunteered. We sent out a sort of a invitation letter, and within 5 days, I think we had reached that number, and we had to say no to many more. So this is an opportunity.
Anything that's been moved at.
Well, the SBAC's in the
But the
spring,
But
too.
the SBAC's in the spring.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
That's not,
Right.
I'm telling you, anything not to do with kneecaps.
Right. But the kneecaps are are a good assessment. They have a limited scope because they are not showing progress. But my point was that this is still a field-based testing of the test, and these folks volunteered to do that. They will be held in their accountability state where they were at the 12-13 year, so they'll be frozen on wherever they are. But it's an opportunity for, number one, for folks to get a chance to see what that assessment would look like, see what some of the bugs are in the system, because that truly is what it's about, with no reporting back to the schools about how individual students did. And we're also not going to be, one of the challenges with the federal government was annual testing, and we are not going to be testing again until, so our last kneecap will be this coming fall, and we will not test again until the spring of 2015. We've had to ask for permission on that, but we did give them, say, whether you do it or not, we're gonna probably do it anyway, because we don't feel like it's appropriate to test in the same year, kneecap in the fall and SBAC in the spring, number one. Number two, we don't have the money budgeted for that, to have two assessments. And so that'll be something we'll be trying it out. You'll hear, there'll be some positives that come out of that, but really the goal of this is to see, does this new assessment, online assessment, work to the number of students that we have taking it? And we have at least 75% of the schools that responded to our survey have the bandwidth capabilities to do the assessment online. There's some confusion when folks took that assessment, is not all children will be taking it at the same time, because there's a 12-week window. So there'll be more time. You can even do it by classes, so not everybody has to be online at the same time. So that's another benefit to this. But there will be schools that may not have the bandwidth capability, and at least for the first year and maybe two, there'll also be a paper version of that. Paper versions will be phased out, I think, after the following year. So that's sort of big news. We're the smallest state in the country when it comes to student population. So when they were asking that we need so many, percentage of our kids, I was a little concerned that we would have enough volunteers, but they came through incredibly fast, as opposed to California, which I think, 20% or whatever the number is, like 1 million. So it's a little bit different situation here in Vermont when we have under 80,000 students to assess. But that's, and then right now, just preparing for the beginning of the year, helping schools. I'll be visiting some schools this week, doing some keynote in-services. Stephen and I have something that I think you all will be interested in. We have our second meeting tomorrow of the legislative study on closing public schools and opening up independent schools in their place. We have a scheduled meeting tomorrow and then probably one more. We still do have some concerns about the constitutional makeup of that, especially if they don't allow for children with special needs, or they don't serve children with special needs. That's a concern. We have not been able to get, and probably won't get, a opinion from our Attorney General's office, because there's still some questions that need to be asked. They did ask, however, that should this come up again to the board, another request, that we include them in the process earlier on. And
Include who earlier?
The Attorney General's office, around the constitutional requirements of a school that may be using public funds and acting in lieu of a public school, but not being open to all kids. Not that it's not open, but not being able to serve all kids. Which is the concern. Look, there's a concern that we all had. As a board, we were pretty unanimous in our concern about that. We were constrained by the way the language reads. And we're also going to be looking at that, which will come back to you at some point, to look at the rules, and does our current independent school approval process, is it as comprehensive as it should be? Let's put it that way.
We kind of know it isn't going into it.
Yes.
And that was designed for other situations and not for a public school to close and go private.
I think that's actually, Stephen, that is the issue. I don't think anyone ever intended this to be used in the way it was used in this particular case. But it happened, and we'll support, kids as much as we can. But I think the bigger question still needs to be answered.
Well,
Jean Marie?
on the most recent one, there's still some questions around special ed and the cost and the allowable cost, and there's many people at the table trying to resolve that. So it wasn't as simple as maybe some had thought.
Right.
And then can I have one question of Armando?
Yes.
In a few different circles, I've heard people talk about the pressure that the agency or the state board, I'm not even sure who the entity is that's feeling the pressure, but it's in some of the educational circles that Vermont is being pressured to submit a waiver in terms of the ESEA. Is that a fair statement?
I don't feel any pressure. Really. I mean, I'm pretty solid in my decision that we did not. I will say that I did have a conversation with Undersecretary Deb Delisle last week, or maybe it was a week before, right after she came up and she and I had a chance to chat during that time to find out if there had been any changes in the federal waiver requirements. And there's a lot of flexibility at the state level, but not at the federal level. They're still basically using the state assessment, whatever that assessment is, and graduation rates as their measures. So with that, unless something changes, and unless that we're directed to do this, I'm not feeling any pressure whatsoever. And being in Montana made me feel good, because Denise Juneau is one of the other 8 commissioners in the country have chosen not to go for a waiver. The pressure that I think folks are feeling maybe is what happens if no reauthorization occurs. If I feel any pressure at all, if the federal No Child Left Behind law is not reauthorized, what happens next year? Because then we've gone beyond the 100% of the kids meeting standards. What happens in the year 2016 or 17? And again, as disappointed as I am with our elected officials' inability to come up with an answer to this, it makes me feel even worse that schools are now all over the country grappling with, or states are grappling with this. Some of them doing a lot of extra work that may not necessarily be in the best interest of the future, depending on what happens. And just so you know, so if you want to feel a little pressure, not that you should, but Maine, New Hampshire were just approved. So I think Vermont may be the only New England state that has not applied for a waiver. And again,
In terms of federal funding, we lost money with the sequester earlier this year.
we have lost money in different federal grants that come to the state, anywhere up from 3% to 5%, depending on the, we're in a small state minimum, many of them, so because we're in that small state minimum, there may be a smaller reduction.
And come October 1st, if Congress can't get its act together, and there's another sequester.
Yes.
Do you know what the effect that would be?
We understand it'll be the same, and so it'll be 3 to 5% reduction on the current budgets that have already been reduced by 3 to 5%. And the sequester will continue, I think it's over years.
So that will have some effect on staffing in the agency, or?
It will have some effect on staffing in the agency, it will have some effect on Title I schools, it will have some effect on IDEA funds, less on IDEA, but still, lunch programs, nutrition, there will be some impacts.
I should have raised this issue when the representative of Senator Sanders' office were here.
They've been very helpful, by the way. Senator Sanders, Senator Leahy's office have been very, very helpful in this, particularly Senator Sanders, who's on the help committee.
We don't need that in the minutes. Any other questions of the secretary? Just a joke. Just a joke. Okay. Carol, do folks have the budget? So what you have in front of you, Bill isn't here, but this is the approved budget for the year, $55,845 for the.
Bill's not here because he just had a granddaughter, and she's in California. Reagan, I forgot, but he's got a baby granddaughter, so that's.
Baby Reagan.
I'm sorry, Stephen.
I'm not sure why someone would leave the opportunity to be with this board to be with a new
Hard to
granddaughter.
believe, hard to believe.
So this is our budget for the year, then obviously 1 month has gone by, but it's not shown here. And I guess I asked Carol to present this, or asked Bill to present this every month, just so we keep track of things. I'm not sure when this process starts, but I think we ought to, this is, I think, pretty standard and was adopted by the department, and we weren't involved in this a lot in the past, and I think we ought to be more involved in the future. So that's one point I'm making. And the second question I'm bringing up, you'll see the line item for dues. Which is almost half of our budget, and that's the annual dues for NASB, $19,942. And I'm not making a point here, but I'm just raising the issue to see if people are comfortable with that expense for what we get out of NASB.
I guess that would be the question, what do we get out of NASB? What does that buy us?
Well, I do have a,
It's in it for us.
Is it worth $19,000?
Yeah, that's a lot.
You get a lot of
How much
policy
did you like
work,
that
you get a lot of
read, Bill?
support, they advocate for state boards of education in Washington, so there are things that we don't see. I know that Bill, Sean Marie, and others have attended NASB-sponsored professional development opportunities, which I think you've both found to be worthwhile and beneficial, especially when you're able to compare with folks from other states. That doesn't mean that is worth the $20,000, but I think there are some very positive things. 2 years ago, NASB executive director, or the assistant executive director, came and worked during the State Board of Education's summer retreat.
Was the facilitator.
The facilitator for free of charge, that was part of the dues that you pay. So there are some things, but I think Stephen's question is a good one to sort of think about over the next.
The new board member orientation is part of that, which is,
I went to and found very good, but I haven't been to any events since then. Nor am I inclined to go to them, I guess, but that's more my style than a comment on NASB.
Stephen, I brought this up prior to changeover from the old, the way the board used to be to what it is now, was asking this question. What I would recommend, however, that we at the very least stay through this year and evaluate the questions that you're asking in a way that provides some time. I think, Carol, these get paid coming up?
I actually have the
Oh, you do already.
an invoice.
So I would say that we, at the very least, I would recommend to you that you approve this for this year, and then have these conversations over the next 6, 10, 12 months.
And Bill, you can be very, if we do that, if that's what the will of the majority is, you can be very helpful in letting us know, and if Jean Marie, if
Yeah,
you're
Jean
still
Marie,
going to meetings, or are there other things that they're providing that we need to take more advantage of to get some of the money?
Probably so, in terms of resources, and as Armando says, there's a lobbying presence there on behalf of state boards and authority to state boards that is going to be just totally invisible to most of the boards.
That's true.
The networking is actually quite good, and you do get a chance to connect with other people in other states and see what's happening there. I would like to see other people on the board involved besides just myself and Jean Marie so they can form their own opinions.
Are there, if there are things that other board members might be interested in, would you make those available as they come up, or let us know, or let all of us know?
Or I suppose everybody is on their email list of webinars and stuff.
That's true. That's,
See, I'm wondering that very thing, there's an email update every week, and then there's a mailing that comes every month with current policy issues, that affect statewide, different
Yeah,
states.
little policy drafts.
I don't think any of the new
The new board members aren't getting it. Carol, can we make sure that the new board members?
Mark, you had a comment on this?
Yeah, I just recently got done as chair of the National Council of State Education Attorneys, which is one of the 2 affiliate organizations. Carol's counterparts have an affiliate organization called NICSB, also part of NASB. And I have found that the value that is provided to me personally and to my staff attorneys through not only the conferences, but also the weekly field memos that we get, case of the week, listserv, is very valuable from the legal division standpoint. This is probably the most important professional development piece I have that's directly relevant to my work here.
So maybe.
If we were not to be members, if the board was not to be members, what would happen to those affiliations?
I don't think that the legal groups can join if their states are not.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
Part of it.
Jean Marie?
Well, what I was going to ask is if the legal department for the Agency of Education is benefiting from this, I think there should be an allocation to the Agency of Education. To Mark's, our department's line item, I don't mean to be, I'm not being,
We want $10,000 for Mark to have the privilege to
At least
be
10.
part of this
At least
organization.
10.
Well, actually, I think Mark mentioned you serve 3 different bodies.
Well, NASB has 2 what are called sibling organizations. There's Carol's too, so Carol can pay the other half.
Well, I'm trying to get our half down to 1/3 as well.
Well, I think, let's remember this, but I think we really ought to pay attention to this, and in another year, I agree with Armando, we probably ought to stay in and not pull out abruptly, but we really ought to see if this is worth the money, and/or, are there things that this board would do with that $20,000 if we weren't part, Stacy?
Maybe something we could look at is as we go along, people could share, either if Carol or other people feel pressed in these other areas. I think the job vacancies was something that the Secretary Search Committee felt pressed by in terms of the advertising. We wanted, I think, an ad in the New York Times is $4,000, one ad, and that was the budget. And so I think that there were some limitations on, or not limitations, but it guided the way the search was conducted, I guess. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So perhaps just as we go through during the course of the year, if we're making decisions based on these numbers, that'd be good for everyone to know, then we can assess it.
And I don't want anyone to take away from that comment that we have intentions of going through another search next year.
No, that's a good point.
But just having it in the budget in case.
Right, you're right.
Any other comments on the budget? I think we've actually voted on it in the past and approved it. What I'd like to do next is to go back to our morning discussion on supervisory unions and the memo that Steve Dale had written up in the subsequent conversation. And I believe we tabled it So I need a motion to take the issue off the table first, and I think we have a pending motion that was made by whom? Krista? So I'm going to ask Krista to probably withdraw the motion, because you have another one.
Okay, so yes, so.
So the first order of business is,
I'll make a motion to untable the previous tabling.
okay, is there a second to that?
Second.
Second by Mark. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the issue is back on the table.
Okay, so you want the,
I want you to move to, ask
sorry.
permission to withdraw your prior motion. Sorry to be so technical, but it's,
so move to withdraw the prior motion.
yes. And who seconded that motion?
No.
And Mark, do you agree?
I agree.
Mo- There are no motions on the table at this point. Krista?
Okay, I'd like to put a new motion on the table.
It was Stacy? Did you?
Oh, I did second. Yes, I'm okay. Yes, I unsecond.
Okay.
Okay, so now a new motion on the table. So a motion for the chair to appoint a committee to create legislation that defines the makeup and roles of SU boards, district boards, and superintendents with the goal of optimizing the
The answer to that question is yes. You can always take any bill off the wall, change the title of it, and
Change the contents and
change
call
the
it.
content and move on.
Yeah.
It's called a, I can't remember now, but yeah,
Strike all.
yeah, strike all. Are you ready to vote on this motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Great. Who should, just quickly, what's your thinking and who should be on this committee? I'm thinking this committee ought to get together pretty quickly and hopefully come back to us no later than our December meeting with some suggestions.
Well, definitely those two, the SIPs and the school boards, since they're affected directly by the language we just approved.
I mean, I would just think board members, some of our partners, and, I mean, maybe do we invite other organizations, other partner organizations?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Besides, even with the NEA, or no, or, I mean, I don't know, like, what other organizations do we want that usually is at the table?
I wouldn't think the NEA, I mean, we're basically talking about governance.
I agree.
Oh, and someone from the agency.
Tech Center, somebody,
Well, that's an interesting one because I think of that, yeah.
what,
That's
That's
a whole
Jeff.
new dynamic.
Would there be, is there any sort of role for a way to tap family voice? I think part of what I think, I can't remember the woman from Newfane reference was like, so that there's, the people in the know are in the know and are having the conversations, and then it's people who find out later and they say, wait, what's happening? And that creates that defensive reaction to change. Is there some parent, family organization or local community, like some other way to garner voice besides people who are already normally at the table? I don't know what vehicle that would be. Sort of provide
Jeffrey.
perspective.
Jeff Francis from the Vermont Superintendents Association. I didn't want to interfere with the passage of the motion that you just adopted, nor did I want to enter into the rich conversation this morning that transpired on the part of the state board. And as you undertake this work, I wanted to bring what I think is an important context. If you take the motion that you just took literally, I think that observers of public education over the last decade or so would say that, in a manner of speaking, it's been ground that's been covered before. There's been a fair amount of work done on roles and responsibilities, particularly vis-a-vis supervisory union boards, school district boards, and superintendents. And I didn't bring a list with me because I wasn't prepared for the conversation the way it unfolded. But if you take a look at Act 153, the functions of supervisory unions in terms of what I would describe as the operations of school districts and supervisory unions are fairly well articulated. The point that occurred to me this morning and over lunch, and it was informed by the conversation you had this morning, several of you made reference to some of the concepts that have emerged from your draft priorities that you arrived at your earlier retreat. And I think that contextually, you ought to be examining the delivery system for public education in the state of Vermont, not only on the operational basis, which is who will do what in terms of the operations of school districts and supervisory unions, but what type of systems are going to best respond to the elements in your draft priorities that are eliminate the achievement gap, develop and begin implementation of a balanced assessment system, promote student voice, enhance school leadership, support school and teaching improvement, and ensure effective communications. Implied within all those priorities are really two things: opportunities for students and student achievement. And we spend way, way too much time talking about the governance structure in the context of cost. And I will add parenthetically, there is a massive body in the form of the Vermont General Assembly that's got big concerns about costs. So you need to be concerned too, but when we get to the General Assembly in January, they are going to hone in very, very specifically on the cost issue. I know that because that's how they finished, and they will go right back there. So I would suggest that this committee that you've formed take a look at the roles and responsibilities of SU boards and school district boards and superintendents, but do it outside of what I think the historic context is, which is what's the functionality of those beings, and do it in the context of, can every single school, school district, supervisory union, and school system do what you as a state board want them to do, which are the established priorities and your draft priority list. But most importantly, are the kids getting the opportunities that you want them to, and are they achieving the way you want them to? So here's my final thought. We spent a lot of time in the last legislative session on the notion of personalized learning, right? And George Carpenter, I believe, made a comment this morning about Battenkill and opportunities at Battenkill. That was his opinion. The evaluation, I think, is, can we in our public education system deliver what every single kid needs in the systems that we have? And if we can't give every child an relatively equal chance at both opportunity and achievement, that's the context in which we ought to be examining the delivery system. The money piece is going to be there. I think that the role of the state board is to figure out whether the systems we have in place or that we might envision can do a better job at providing opportunity and achievement for every kid in the state of Vermont. And so this morning when I listened to the conversation about structures, what occurred to me was, yeah, we need to talk about structures and systems, but it ought to be in the context of what we can provide for students. It's a monumental task, and it's one that we haven't done that well at historically. And I'm glad that you're going to sort of reboot and take a look at it again, because I think it's work that is the essential work in public education.
Well, when we get into the next agenda item, I would propose that what we've just done belongs on the priority list, if not priority number one, and I don't know what the wording of it is, so you might be able to help us at that point.
That's what I wanted to contribute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I will propose a committee made up of board members, someone from the agency, at least from the VSA and the Superintendent's Association, and maybe some others, but a real working group. If any of you board members want to serve on this, send me an email if you would, please.
Do we want to include any legislators at this time,
I
or just
wouldn't,
make it
I
from
wouldn't
policy?
say so now.
Okay.
No, I think you're going to be much more effective.
Yeah.
You take on some extra baggage.
Yep.
You watch it, Stephen, when you do it.
Well said.
Huh?
Well said.
Just checking.
Okay. Yes.
If I may, Ron Schneider from Williamstown. Speaking as a board member, if you guys go down this route, I just hope you'll kind of commit to making a decision. And at the board level, it's very unsettling for us to sit there and wonder what it's going to be looking like in a year from now or 2 years from now. It's very hard. We try to do budgets. Our budgets are out a year ahead of us, et cetera. So there's a lot of decision-making we ride. You can make one of several decisions here. One of them is to radically change or recommend a change in the SU. Well, actually, you guys could actually radically change the makeup of the supervisory unions without legislative authority. You could leave it as is, and that's not necessarily the status quo to protect what has been happening. There's a lot of work that's going on the status quo of school governance that's to protect new innovative ways forward. And you guys have no end of examples from around the state of different schools doing different things. The third one I'd just like to throw in, because I don't think it gets enough attention, is that it's possible that in today's age of communications and business and governmental organizational structures, that how you view the supervisory unions is just plain wrong. That maybe we don't need supervisory unions, we need structures to provide services to the school districts so that we can push some of this policy and decision-making directly into the principals and the teachers. So to think, you know, when you talk about getting outside of the box, maybe this concept of a superintendent running a supervisory union is not the appropriate way forward. Thank you.
Yes?
Stephen, I gotta go.
Yeah, okay.
Nicole Mace from the School Boards Association. I just want to close the loop a little bit on the Steve Dale
Right.
memo with regard to the initiation of new studies, if there is a superintendent vacancy, and make a plug for suspending new studies until the work of this committee has completed, so that they're done within a context for what both the function of a supervisory union is, and that perhaps this committee could look at what a process that is initiated by the agency and overseen by the agency might
Now,
look
who
like.
has the authority to make such a suspension? Does the board?
It's
or-
the
So it's
state
part
board
of, it's in
rules.
State Board Rule 3000.
Have to be
Okay.
changed.
Okay.
So that could, which I had.
Well,
No,
doesn't
I'll
it just
take your
say,
word
It's,
for it.
it's,
I think what I would do then is, you know, I would point that out to the committee right away and have them come back with a recommendation sooner rather than later on that. I mean, I think there's some real wisdom in what you're suggesting. Mark?
I just point out that, again, there are two ways that you can consider regrouping. One is of your own volition. You decide to put a moratorium on that. There's also a citizen initiative that's in the law that if in fact a district were to vote to ask you to consider regrouping, you couldn't put a stay on it.
Right, and which was the case in one, but not the case in the others.
Sure.
So I think that what I would say, based on this, is that don't expect, at least in my short tenure here, to see any more recommendations for regrouping, because honestly, I don't think that I think it's above you. I think it's not, you're not at that pay grade, put it that way. To do it, the big.
Wait a minute, did you just insult us?
No, no. I think it's a bigger issue. I mean, I think you're having the right conversations, but I think the real issue about how we address this needs to be done legislatively, and whether they act on it or not, the big questions that you guys have been asking for a while are, I think, a little bit above what the State Board of Education is capable. I think SU mergers, how we propose maybe studies are all within your purview. I think some of the other things may be a little bit outside of our level of authority. But my point was that you will not be getting any more from me requests for a reauthorization study. We have one more. We have a meeting with Windsor Northwest, which again, in my mind, will show some of the real challenges in doing studies when you have districts within an SU, each doing things differently, and the costs associated with that. But that's the only one that may come, and I'm going to their SU board meeting, Vaughn and I, okay, Monday.
You got a great Monday.
Yeah.
So we might see that in.
You may see that in November.
November.
But no new ones.
No new ones.
No new ones.
Great, okay.
Thank you.
Steve's check hasn't cashed yet, so I'm saying that.
Summary.
let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back to our priorities.
And I have to run.
And I would suggest that this would shape our legislative agenda eventually when we meet later this fall, probably. And if we're to become truly a policy-making board, that we will spend a lot more time on this than some of the nuts and bolts issues that we have in the past. The only other comment I would make, under Act 98, the governor is required to send his priorities to the State Board of Education by September 1. Seems like a strange date, but that's what the law says. So if indeed we do get his priorities in a timely fashion, we may want to review those priorities in relation to these priorities. It would be my thought, but it's obviously the will of the board. So Margaret's still drafting another priority based on what we just did with the SU. So let me open this up and see if there's any comments, suggestions. And this is a work session, so if there's members in the audience that wish to make comments, please feel free to come up to the table and share your thoughts with us. But I would open it up and see if there's any thoughts on the 6 priorities that we have listed here that we discussed at our June board retreat.
So one of the things I did was, I did put it in Dropbox, but that didn't seem to work for people to kind of play with. I sent it to everyone as a link in Dropbox as a way for people to add comments and change it. It didn't seem to work.
Because we're not a sophisticated group.
And that's okay.
Those of us down in Southern Vermont
but-
still looking to get internet.
Sorry.
So I didn't get a lot of feedback to use to adjust and change it between our June meeting and here. So it's basically kind of what we came up with in June. It hasn't had a lot of addition, revision. I had a little from some individuals, but many people I didn't hear a word from. So Krista's, with talking to Krista, we have another priority 7. And I'll type it up tonight and send it to everyone, or I can adjust it as we go. But the language right now is support the development of a governance system which provides for maximizing opportunity and achievement for all Vermont students. And then strategies. First strategy, form a committee to clarify the role and makeup of SU boards, district boards, and superintendents to operate between September 13 and December 13 and report back to the board. Okay, and there could be other strategies that go under that priority. I did have one suggestion that I didn't act on yet, and it came from Carol, and I thought it was a really good one, in which she suggested that for each priority, we say the board will. So we move these from to action steps. And I haven't looked at how we would go about looking at each one and developing action steps, but it seemed to me like a really good suggestion to be more concrete.
Bill?
By changing them to action steps, there's some things we can't control. For example, the first one under achievement gap, the board will provide access to universal early education.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what we want.
I think perhaps the action step would be something like, we'll work with the legislature to assure early ed.
Right.
Or something like that.
Right, so I think it's just you'd keep the priority and the strategies, but you would consider what would be the steps that we would actually do for each one of these things. And I don't think we've thought of it like that or done that, but it would be taking this and thinking of actual action steps and then collecting those and incorporating into the document. If you felt that would be something that would be worthwhile, we could have a couple of folks working it from that perspective.
I think moving in that direction keeps it
at not the implementation level, but at the
Policy?
policy level. And I know I've encouraged you to do that. I know John has encouraged you to do that. So I think that that's a really good approach to moving it up. Because that's where you are at the policy
Right.
level. You are not at the implementation.
Folks comfortable with that, Krista?
Oh, yeah, I just had a question on priority 2. And just looking at the second strategy down, design, build, and field test a balanced assessment system at the state and local level. And just wondering where that came from and who's designing that and who's field testing, and I was kind of caught off guard by that one. And are we comfortable with that being there then? Everybody's kind of looking down at their shoes.
I'm comfortable with the concept, but I don't know that we have a great deep resources for building an assessment system or implementing it.
And field testing it?
See, that wasn't the original language. That was something that came with a suggested change made by someone.
Somebody.
It's different from the original, yeah.
I think the concept is correct. It's just that we don't have an implementation capability.
So do we take that strategy off then, or are we comfortable keeping
Or
it
do we
there?
support the design?
Support the development of.
Yeah.
Support.
Yeah.
That's a
we
good
don't
point.
Design.
And do we want them to support a state and local level?
Oh,
So support the design of and build and field test a balanced assessment system at the state and local level?
I think originally it said support the development of a balanced assessment system at the state and local level, which is the sort of the top priority. I have to look back at the earlier drafts and see what it said first.
I think the best we could do for local systems is to provide technical assistance or resources for them to develop their own assessment sophistication. But that's very different than building a state system. I had
Are we clear on that, what we're going to do with that before we move on? Sorry, Bill.
No, that's.
Were you still on this?
I was going to go to something else,
Okay,
but let's
hold on.
finish this
Yeah,
one first.
What should I put here?
Well, do we want to get rid of, first of all, field test?
Yes.
So support the design of a balanced assessment system at the state level?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty much the priority.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the
all right.
I know, that's
priority.
what I'm like.
Yeah, it's the priority.
I don't know if it needs to be another strategy then?
It's the priority, isn't it? So we take it out?
It's not even the strategy.
I'm gonna look and see what the original strategy was.
Okay. All right, Bill, move on to your next one.
Achievement gap. I was doing some thinking, research on this since the retreat, and until we deal with social kinds of policies and economic policies and tax policies, we're really not going to close the achievement gap as long as we got an economic system such as we have, but that's a little bit outside of our bailiwick.
A little bit.
But I'm just wondering if we could do some kind of language that would support and encourage equal economic opportunities as part of the strategy for reducing the achievement gap, or something to that effect.
I think I'd be uncomfortable with that. That seems outside of our scope.
Well, that's why I asked the question. Quite frankly, I don't think strictly working within the schools is going to do it.
Or maybe partnering with other state agencies to bring those services in? Maybe that's.
Something like that,
And we
yes.
do that
Policy to
with human services now,
And
in
to
some areas.
strengthen those relationships?
Yeah. That's a good thought. Any thoughts from members of the audience? Yes, sir.
Now, there's a lot of really smart people involved in public education in Vermont and private education in the state of Vermont. And your list of priorities just ranks up among a lot of very good things that are put out there.
I think there's a big but coming here, isn't it?
Well, it's not a but, it's a however, you'd be surprised how many people don't know that the Vermont State Board of Education really exists and what you do. Even fewer people know what the VSA is or the VSBA. A few more people than that are familiar with their SU boards, but everybody knows about their local school boards, everybody. Imagine how powerful it would be and how it would help get us all working together in the same general direction, for you to take these priorities when you come out at the end of the day with them and be sitting side by side with several members from local school districts at a Lions Club breakfast or some other civic organization, taking it out to the public, sitting down, talking about it and saying, hi, we're the VSBE. These are what we're looking at for priorities. And letting some of your local school board members sit there with you and talk about how they're also working. Because I'll tell you right now, a lot of these things you're putting as priorities are a lot of things that we are already working hard at in schools and stuff too. So, you know, they're great ideas. It's just as a community, the education system in Vermont does a horrible job about getting out there and actually talking to people in a way that connects.
And that's the thought I've had too, that we need to get out more, we need to meet in different places in the state, but even as individual members, we need to get out and mix more with the superintendents and school board members and get their feedback and input. So that's one of the thoughts that I have for the future, but
Take us with you, let us help you publicize it.
Yeah.
Because we really are, pretty much, even though we may argue about certain points and general strategies at times, we are all working towards the same end goal at the end of the day.
Good suggestion, thank you.
And I like that suggestion too, the idea of part of it, being part of this board is the idea of public trust and maybe communicating more what's happening. So do
You might, there is a section in develop communication strategy.
Right.
You might add something there that we need to get out in the community more often.
Would strategies be that board members meet with superintendents, principals, and teachers throughout the year?
Okay, so
Develop.
one of the things I'm thinking, I mean, I can add these two things, but one of the things I'm thinking is I should look at the strategies and think of them from Carol's suggestion of the board will and change the language to, but I mean, I don't think it should be me necessarily doing this, but if I had a stab at doing that, and send it to everyone, if Dropbox isn't gonna work,
Can we do
could
Google?
people make their, I don't do Google Docs.
Oh, it's so easy.
I know it's easy, but I've got,
Can't you just send us an email with the attachment and
and-
people respond?
right, because I
And
use
we're all used to
four
at least doing
different
that.
systems, and it's another
And
one I
that
don't
probably
want.
insults some of your
Yeah.
abilities, but
If you send it as an attachment, you make your own suggestions, send it back to me, I'll compile everybody's and.
That's very generous.
all right.
Do it.
Yes.
I just wanted to, Nicole Mason from the School Board Association, I wanted to just follow up on Rama's comments because I think not only are they a good idea, but they're also part of Act 98. That the state board shall evaluate education proposals, including those presented by the governor, but shall also engage local school board members and the broader education community, so.
Thank you. We definitely need to get out more and we can do that.
Everyone's pulling up their books.
Can I also just sort of build on that by pointing out that the only criterion, if I recall correctly, for being a member or the composition of the state board is geographic diversity. So when you say get out more, I'm not sure if you mean as a group, that would be great. But, I mean, there are 10 of you, there are 60 SUs, each of you comes from a different part of the state. If you said every 2 months I'm going to have a meeting with the SU board of one of my 6 closest SUs, you could have contact with every one of those in a year.
Carol?
The other thing you could consider is that regional superintendents have meetings monthly, or almost monthly as well.
So with these comments, Margaret, will you kind of beef up the
Yeah.
communication thing?
Yes.
And I really think we ought to do that, and I think we'll be a lot more effective if we do it.
I'm probably not going to be able to do this till next week,
Okay.
but you need something, should I?
It's not, I mean, my meeting will be pretty brief, so,
And you can take what you have?
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Concepts are just the same.
yeah.
Yeah.
Stacy?
Well, I like that idea, the meeting with superintendents or going, I think if we, kind of move to that, like that action item step, whether at the next meeting we have a calendar or a list, or we all say who we're gonna go meet with, or someone provides names, I don't know, I think that that's the kind of thing that can get lost if we be like, oh, right, we said we would do that, so
Good
can that
point.
be an agenda item for next
Carol
month?
and I will work that out to figure out how we can come back to you at the next meeting with something that will allow you to say, yep, I'll do these 6 things or these 3 things.
And I don't know how much, whether people are in the kind of the media, the social media kind of world, but whether that's working with Angela or something like, a Facebook or Twitter, or we just read this great article or something, I think that is a venue that a lot of people do use, and, just a little, oh, yeah, right, State Board of Education, that could.
You're not
just,
suggesting that the chairman has a blog site or something like that?
I thought you were
are
gonna start tweeting. Yes.
Both of those.
But I
Jeff?
think it's reasonable.
Jeff Francis, Vermont Superintendent Association. I don't know whether this rises to the level of a priority or not, but I would encourage you to consider a statement that at least resembles something like this. In order to better inform the policy work associated with the state board priorities, it will, and I'm not sure which verb, request, promote, require, support the acquisition of data and research associated with the given priorities. And the reason that I suggest that is twofold. One, if you follow through with your community engagement strategy, you're going to hear a lot of perception, anecdote, attitude, and opinion on a wide array of issues, not all of which will be based in research and data. And secondly, if you consider the proposal that Steve Dale presented to you this morning, he talks about using research and data to inform your deliberations around whether there should be, in the narrow sense, supervisory union reconfiguration. And we know from the work that we do, like you know from the work that you do, we have a shortage of good data on a huge array of public policy issues in Vermont. So when decision makers go to the Agency of Education, for example, and ask for something as what should be simple, like comparative cost per pupil data from school district to school district, it's often the case that you can't get it in a reliable format because of the multitude of configurations.
Really?
Similarly, if you take a look at other important public policy questions in education, good data in Vermont's not always available. Now, the state board is not going to solve that problem through its priorities in 1 year, but to the extent that you try to focus on data and research as you consider your deliberations on any of these priorities, you will be taking action to support the acquisition of that data. And in a way, I'm sorry that Armando's not here, because one of the things I think that the agency should endeavor to do for the state board is to present to it data and research to the extent that it exists on any question that you confront. So, to come full circle, I think that either in the prelude or in the priorities itself, there ought to be some reference to utilization of data and research.
Why don't you see if you can get something in the prelude on
Yep, I've got it in the communications
Bill?
piece.
Just following up on what Jeff said, going back to the founding documents of this state board, the Carnegie Report in 1914 or so, it said almost exactly the same kind of things in language that was appropriate for that time, is that our role as a state board is to sift through all of the different kinds of information and make good decisions independent of political forces, independent of noise. And I think it's very important, and we should push that as much as we can.
Other thoughts? All right, well then, Margaret, if you'd, thank you for,
I'll have to go.
you know, do it, circulate it. We will all pay more attention to it this month, give her back some comments, and we'll have a fresh draft that we can act on at the September meeting. Carol?
I just want to tell you that I think that there's value in this process, because in 2014, you have to do a strategic plan, and part of that statute says through a public process.
Right.
And so if you undertake this with that, you will have gone a long ways to meeting that requirement.
You might mention that as a, not to satisfy that requirement, but as a prelude to that process, that, you know, that's one of the reasons we're reaching out and doing the public meetings.
Section 180, Margaret.
Okay. Maybe you can help me with that bit, Carol. I'm not thinking fast today.
One thing that I want to do before we go into executive session is that I want to wish Angela a happy birthday.
Happy birthday,
And I didn't. I know better than that. Any other business to come before the board? If not, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of a report on the secretary's search.
So moved.
Moved by Bonnie, seconded by Stacy. No, we will do that at the end. But you don't need to be here for that. We'll take 5 minutes with a room.